All right, guess we'll call the regular meeting of Township Council for Monday, January 26th to order. And of course, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, our valued relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsquit, and Semiahmoo First Nations. Before we consider the agenda, I did want to make a brief statement honoring the passing of Alice Johnson, who passed away recently at the age of 92, born in 1993, and will be remembered as a true pillar of the Township of Langley community. She received in 2019 one of the township's most rare and prestigious honors when she was named a free person of the Township of Langley, which requires unanimous approval of council. I don't know if you want to put up her picture, Ms. Bauer. I think we were going to do that. A recognition reserved for those who made extraordinary contributions. You don't have it? Okay. To community life. She was a lifelong resident of the Township of Langley, embodying resilience, compassion, and unwavering commitment to those around her, known by those who knew her. Alice devoted decades of her life to preserving our local history and strengthening community life, ensuring that future generations would understand and appreciate where we've come from in the history of the Township of Langley. She served for more than 10 years on the Douglas Day Committee, celebrating Township's heritage. Since the 1990s, Alice contributed her time to the leadership to the Willoughby Community Hall, Willoughby School Committees, supporting spaces that continue to bring neighbors together today, especially the Willoughby Community Hall. She played a key role in safeguarding these heritage buildings, helping transform them into the vibrant community hubs that they remain today. And for more than those 25 years, Alice founded the Willoughby Women's Community Institute, dedicated to improving homes, families, and lives. She also her service included the Township's Heritage Advisory Committee, the Langley Heritage Society, and the Langley Centennial Museum History Group. Her contributions were recognized with numerous honors, including the Eric Flowerdew Volunteer Award from the Township of Langley and the Women of Distinction Award from the Rotary Club of Langley Central. She dedicated those decades to service, leadership, and generosity, and have left a lasting mark on the Township of Langley. By those who knew her and her friends and family and everyone, she'll be deeply missed, and her legacy lives on in our heritage buildings, our community institutions, and in our countless lives she touched through her dedication to the Township of Langley. And for those that maybe knew her better than I did, if anybody else wishes to make a statement, they can say something.
Well, I can say
yeah, go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess we're welcome back. First of all, Happy New Year to everyone. Glad to see everybody here today. And those listening, again, a person of the magnitude of Alice Johnson, I had the privilege of knowing her when I was a young student at UBC. A lot of people might not know that Alice worked for the Department of Education at UBC, and I was involved with the Education Students Association, and we used to see her on a regular basis. Very positive, always helpful to students, and I think she worked in admissions and things like that for students coming in from abroad. So we miss her dearly. I know that I used to see her all the time at the Willoughby dinners. In fact, she used to get tickets for myself and my wife Denise, and she was a wonderful person, and was sad to hear that she's passed away.
For that. Okay, we will move on with our agenda and move on to the adoption and receive the agenda items A1. I'll move that we adopt the agenda and receive agenda items, seconded by Councillor Rint. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, I have a referral, item E1 to the February 9th meeting, regular meeting of council.
So it's a deferral to February 9th.
E1, yes, correct.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat what the agenda item is and perhaps give the title, just so I can find it?
The title was parking?
Yeah, it's E1, that's the Township-wide parking study and bylaw review item.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call a question on that deferral. That carries unanimously. Back to the, Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I also have an amendment to the agenda that H1 be deferred to the March 9th, 2026 regular meeting of council.
Seconded by Councilor Ferguson.
Yeah, for the record, could you just advise the title of the item so people are aware of it? The ACC bylaw, and what's the referral or the deferral date? Thank you.
I'm just curious, why?
I'd like some more time with it.
Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on that deferral. H1. That carries with Councilor Richter opposed. Okay, Councilor Pratt, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I have a subsequent deferral that C1 and P1 be deferred to the February 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of council.
Is there any other discussion in that deferral? Yeah, Councilor Martin, let's know who we got. Councilor Kuntz, go ahead.
Could the mover please identify what those items are and the reason for it?
So C1 is the delegation that's been filed, and P1 is a notice of motion related to that delegation.
Sorry, I didn't get the.
Is this a point of order, or we can get to you, Councilor Martins?
I didn't have my question answered.
Okay, so you're in the speaking list. We'll carry on. Councilor Kuntz, go ahead.
I said what they were, and I asked why.
Yep, so we'll get to you, Councilor Martins. You're on the speakers list. Councilor Kuntz, go ahead.
I was speaking. I have the mic.
Actually, no, you're just talking. Councilor Kuntz, please go ahead.
So,
What's your point of order, Councilor Martins?
I did press to speak, and I asked a question of the mover, and I asked what the items actually were and why they were being deferred, and I was waiting for the response to that question. So I'm not just talking, I had a question.
Yeah, but you requested to speak, but there's a speaking list order, and you're in it, so that's not.
You had already allowed me to speak. I was the first person to speak.
Again, that's not a point of order. So Councilor Kuntz, go ahead.
So it's probably the same question that Councillor Martins. So C1 and C2, I believe, is two delegations. So
No, it's not C1 and C2. It's delegation C1 and notice of motion P1.
oh, okay. So C1, which can I ask why we would be deferring that?
Yeah, Councilor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The notice of motion, it's quite prescriptive. There's a lot in it, and there's a few members of staff that I haven't yet been able to talk to about it. And then because C1 is directly tied to that motion, and the resolution that's required or asked for out of C1 is for that motion to be passed today, I felt it was appropriate for the deferral.
Go ahead.
I think we've had a couple, like almost a month and a half with this. So, I mean, I don't support that.
Okay, great. Councilor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I see that both the delegates are here in the audience this afternoon, and they are busy people who have cleared time in their agendas, obviously, to be here for a 1:30 p.m. meeting. I strongly object to removing C1 from today's agenda. I think it's the wrong thing to do. Was the delegate told that there was a potential that this would happen to her?
Councilor Pratt, do you wish to answer that?
No. Okay, well, in that case, I'm definitely opposed to this motion.
Okay. Councilor Widmers.
Yeah, I guess I would be concerned about taking C1 off the agenda. The delegate is here. I think council knew this topic was coming at some point soon, so they had plenty of time. We actually didn't have a meeting 2 weeks ago, so we had plenty of time for us to be prepared for this. And I think I would certainly like to hear the delegation speak on this matter, so.
Councilor Martins?
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. So I concur with the previous comments. We're now, we canceled a meeting from 2 weeks ago, and now here we are, 6 weeks since our last council meeting, ready to do our work. And we're now up to 4 items on this agenda that are being deferred for no real clear reason other than needing more time. How much more time do we need? We should be meeting and going through the business of council. And I do think it is disrespectful to the delegate to defer them. They have taken time off work to be here, and I don't think that it's fair for somebody to show up, especially since this item was already on a meeting once before, and made time to be here, and I think they should be allowed to go ahead and give their delegation while they're here. So I would move that we divide this motion and vote on each item.
All right, do you wish to move division?
Yes.
Yeah, is there a seconder to division? Seconded by Councillor Richter. So is there any more discussion on division? Yep, seeing none. Ms. Bauer, you've called the question on division? Is that what they're, so maybe we'll start. So somebody pressed start to vote, so we're voting on division. So does anybody wish to speak to division? No, so we'll call the question on division. And division is defeated with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Rent, and Mayor Woodward opposed. So now back to Councillor Martins. Go ahead.
Yeah, then I can't support this motion in general. I think it's, again, it's highly disrespectful to a citizen who has gone through the proper process to be here to delegate for council without any good reason
Yeah,
to
no,
cancel it.
certainly respect that opinion. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, no,
Yeah.
I didn't have any further comment.
My name's still down?
I don't know, put it again, Councillor Ferguson. Something's going on in the system. Councillor, who's next? Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. There's been a lot of dialogue and discussions about time, energy, effort, and the way we run meetings. Okay, so on the minutes of B1 today of December the 15th, both Councillor Richter and Councillor Kuntz were not in chambers. They did not attend that meeting. A motion is only live when it's been voted on and passed. There was no motion, a notice of motion voted upon that day. So here we are voting on that today. It's been passed over because once the motion becomes live, then council is responsible for acting on it. That means during that 6-week period, there was no motion. It was not acted upon. So today it's being moved over, so we have more time as a council to study the motion and act upon it accordingly. Now, I understand the time, energy, we've had Christmas and everything else, but procedurally, we have to follow the manners of procedural government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm confused, Councillor Ferguson. What are you referring to, C1 or P1?
I guess both.
All right, so
Well, then I don't understand how this is procedurally appropriate to do this during a meeting without having advised the delegate who's here. I can see on P1, maybe, but definitely not C1. I think that's just disrespectful to the public who pay our salaries.
Well, the people pay our salaries for us to show up as well. You weren't at the meeting.
yeah, so I mean, I believe you were on a cruise at the last council meeting. Councillor.
Appropriate comment.
Yeah, so
I think Councillor Ferguson should apologize.
okay, well, I think Councillor Ferguson is referencing at the last meeting you were on a cruise and we were here at the council meeting.
What does me being on a cruise have to do anything with this meeting?
I think it has to do with you trying to call it Councillor Ferguson. I think I'm just trying to get the agenda adopted here. There's been a point of order called, so I'm going to go to that. But I think, talking about our salaries and the public and all these things is just getting off track to the topic of the motion. Let's just try to stick to the motion. Councillor Martins, you had a point of order?
Yep. We're here in a business meeting, right, in a professional sense.
Do you have a point of order,
I
Councillor
do.
Martins? Could you please make your point of order?
Yeah, could we stop smiling back at you? Like, seriously, can we stop with the personal jabs at people? And it's a one-way street here at this table.
Yeah, so again, do you have a point of order, Councillor Martins?
Yeah, decorum.
Decorum. That's not a point of order. So we'll carry on. Councillor Kuntz, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that's one of the most ridiculous arguments that I've ever heard, but moving on. I would like to actually ask Councillor Pratt what it is that he's asking staff, like what topic was it that you're not knowing about, that you haven't received any information about?
Respond to that.
I mean, the item was on the agenda since Thursday, and it was on the agenda in December, and I apologize that I was not here either because I had, didn't want to get everybody sick. So, you know, there's someone sitting here in the audience that took time off of work, and we're gonna defer this whole thing for no other reason than we haven't had enough time.
So Councillor Pratt, do you wish to respond to that?
Yeah, the simple matter is it's a very, very in-depth motion that's requiring a pretty significant amount of study and time on an issue that this council has resolved and addressed. And so for me to be able to get enough information to make a decision on this motion today, which is what the delegation is asking us to do, I would like to be able to meet with certain members of staff and certain departments to talk about certain reports that are highlighted in the motion, which, for example, I don't know of a specific water report. I know of an emergency plan report, and there has been other projects and there has been other issues that staff are working on over the last month and a bit that have been high priority items that have meant that I'm still trying to find the time to be able to actually meet and discuss. So I recognize the fact that it's, you know, a challenging motion to deal with, but the reality is that I think I'd like to be able to make this motion or make this decision on this motion with more information.
So I think the cross debate sort of needs to be reined back in again. We'll speak to the amendment, which is to make deferral. And I think we need to stop the inquisitions that are going on here back and forth. And I'll start with myself, and let's try to not continue this. I think at some point here, I'm just going to call the question on the deferral if we continue to badger each other like this. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, I think it's council debate. I think we're allowed to debate
Well, I
at the table
think
here.
debate the motion and we'll call
I
the
just
question.
simply asked the question about his questions were for staff. So anyway, I do have maybe another idea that maybe we could actually get the delegate to speak and do her presentation on this matter. And I am happy to bring my notice of motion at the next agenda. Would that be?
I think we're going to deal with the motion on the floor. And
Okay,
and we'll
but that will
see
be
what-
my next motion then.
We'll see where that goes. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand exactly what Councillor Pratt says. I'll give you some of my questions. Information on the condition of aquifers, the cost of this, the fire suppression capacity that they're talking about, the age of the wells that were in question before, and the seismic resistance. I'm very familiar with the seismic qualifications of the water supply that is coming across. I've been asking Metro Water about that. I actually took the delegation's last presentation to Metro, and they have a lot of questions. So when I've got people who are experts in water and the supplies and all that, you bet I've got a lot of questions. And until I get those questions answered, like mainly the condition of the aquifers in regards to the climate action, because there are an awful lot of people right now that are re-drilling wells,
So
and I
Councillor
am
Bailey,
very
I'm
concerned
going
about that.
to try to, we're on deferral of the item, try not to debate the item itself. The merits or lack thereof of deferring these two items, and remind everybody, the delegation did directly reference the notice of motion asking for its approval. Councillor Whitmarsh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that if council and some members of council need more time, it seems to me that having the delegation is part of learning, part of understanding what's happening. It's getting it's part of doing that research that we need. And so part of it is asking staff, and that's really important, and I appreciate that. Council may want to ask more questions to staff, but why not listen to the delegate, hear what the delegate has to say about this topic. It's part of educating the council itself, and we can use that information along with questions that we ask. Why would we want to, when we talk about getting more information, why would we want to then say we only want information from one area of this community? Why not get it from the delegate who has a lot of knowledge and background in this topic? So it seems to defer the delegation, it seems to go in opposition to the position of let's get more information, ask more questions.
Yeah, totally respect your perspective on that. Who's, Councillor Bailey?
Yes, I have listened to the delegation on our last one and went through it, and there are no answers whatsoever. Looking through her presentation here, there are no answers that
so
I'm looking
again,
for, so
Mr.
I'm
Bailey,
fully
we
in
try to speak
support of
to
waiting.
the merits or lack thereof of deferral, not the item itself. So I think I'm just going to call the question here in a bit. All right, Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Thank you. Mine's more of a question of, again, procedure and protocol. My question through the chair to the staff, the clerk, we're looking at the meeting of December the 15th, 2025. Was there a notice of motion similar to P1 put together by Councillor Coutts that meeting either moved, seconded, or moved or voted upon? That's the December 15th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
I believe it was removed during adoption of the agenda as the councillor who provided the notice of motion was not at the meeting, so we were unable to move forward with it.
So we have it today. It was not discussed on the 15th.
No, it was on the agenda, but we were unable to move forward with it.
Okay, I'm just looking at what page number on the December 15th, 2025. I'm looking at the minutes. Does it say that? That we voted or preferred it or deferred it or anything like that?
No, it was done during the adoption of the agenda. It was removed during the motion.
Would be under the adoption?
Yes.
Okay, okay, well, as I said before, that it was not either voted on or referred, but we did not discuss it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Whitmarsh's point, I think that's a very fair point, and that's why I, along with Councillor Bailey and I believe Mayor Woodward, attended the Langley Environmental Partners webinar on the subject, where the delegate presented her case there. So for me, it's more about pursuing the avenues of staff and direction from staff prior to voting on the motion. And again, the motion is directly tied to the delegation. So obviously, council and attending these meetings and voting at these meetings is the definition and the sort of, the reason we're here as councillors, but obviously attending these kind of webinars and getting information outside of the council
Another
chamber.
point of order. Councillor Richter, do you have a point of order?
Yeah, is Councillor Pratt saying he's had more information about what this delegate is saying than the rest of us
Is that a
have?
point of order, Councillor Richter? What is your procedural point of order?
My procedural point is, this is an information sharing opportunity from the public. And I haven't heard what
Okay,
that
Councillor
member of
Richter,
the
can you
public has
please
said
make-
on this
okay, let's-
topic, and I'd like
again,
to.
Point of order, I'm going to just reiterate again, point of order cannot be used to simply interrupt the meeting and speak. Councillor Pratt, I think, you know what, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. The question has been called, please vote. Not enough of this one.
Mr. Mayor?
I've called the question, Councillor Martins.
Yes, Mr. Mayor? I had my mic pressed. Could you put the mic on, please?
I've called the question, Councillor
Yes,
Martins.
I don't know what I'm voting on. I was
You're voting on the amendment.
question, and that was what
You're
I-
voting on the amendment. Councillor, Ms. Bauer, could you please read back the amendment, please? Which was made clear many
The
times.
amendment is to refer C1 and P1 to the February 23rd, 2020, yeah, C1 and P1 to the February 23rd, 2026 meeting.
It's a deferral.
It's actually, procedurally, it's reschedule. It is not a deferral or a referral because we actually haven't dealt with it. So it's in, when we write it down, it's a reschedule.
You're the last person that needs to vote, Councillor Martins. And that carries with Councillor Coons, Councillor Martins, Councillor Richter, Councillor Whitmarsh opposed. Now back to the agenda as amended. What a wonderful start to 2026, everyone. This is fabulous. I'm going to reiterate again that we have procedure here. There is an ability to call a point of order. If you do call a point of order, please have it actually be a point of order. There is a speakers list that we follow on the system. And we're going to follow that speakers list. People do not just get to call point of order to jump the queue or interrupt the meeting. So I'm going to, again, I think we all know that, just act that we continue to conduct ourselves through procedure, debate the items, and I think I'll dial back a little bit with the cross debate to keep the meeting going. Councillor Ferguson, this is on the agenda as amended.
Am I still on the?
No, I think
No,
you're
I'm off, I
good.
think.
Councillor Coons, did you wish to?
Yeah, so I do have a motion that the delegate, Cheryl Weens, if she was able to delegate, and then I would remove my notice of motion.
Yeah, I think we've addressed that. Both items are no longer on the agenda.
Well, if you don't want to vote on it, then, I'll remove my motion, but all I'm saying is that way, we can have the delegate.
But you're procedurally,
So you
both
can vote
items are,
against it. I mean,
both items are removed from the agenda.
Okay.
So
You know what?
you're making an amendment to put them back?
all right, so it's not going to happen anyway, so.
Good. So Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I was going to support the amended motion, or the amended agenda. I'm not supporting it now because I think it's just downright disrespectful to a member of the tax-paying public.
All right, I respect that opinion. Carry on here with the adoption of the agenda as amended. And that carries with Councilor Kuntz, Councilor Martins, Councilor Richter, Councilor Whitmarsh opposed. So we'll move on to the adoption of the meeting minutes from the regular council meeting on December 15th. I'll move that, seconded by Councilor Rent. Any discussion? Call the question on those. That carries with Councilor Richter opposed. Move on to item C2. We're going to receive a delegation from Ms. Sapti. Please come forward. All right, turn your mic on. Happy New Year. Good to see you. Please carry on. Please go ahead.
Don't stop my 5 minutes yet, please.
I can turn on that mic if you wish.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year. Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Rasha Septi. I am a resident of the Township of Langley. Last year at a town hall meeting, I approached requesting information about the water safety program from Mayor Woodward, and I was advised to connect with township staff. I was lucky to connect with Director Rob Stair. Oh. Can I go back? Oh, there we go. Dr. Rob Stair, I met with him in October, and he supported me and collaborated in my work to try and work on this water safety program for our grade 5 students. I'm also very grateful for School District 35, Mr. Marcello Bueno, who supported all the information needed and to give the background required for this program. So let's start. So I come from my personal experience of last year with this program. My boys went through it. It is a very critical safety program for children. It's a life-saving skill available for grade 5 students only at this time, delivered in the summer, and it's hosted at the Al Anderson Pool in the city of Langley. The water depth there starts at 4 meters. The program is about 1 week long, an hour per day, so 5 days, delivered during school days, and students transported via bus or parent drivers. In my case, this was my case with my kids. And this program is not offered at all school districts. This is moving too fast. Last year, there was about 1,900 students participated, grade 5 students mostly. We do have about 32 schools now, so 26 out of these elementary schools are from Township of Langley. I'm going to run this. So this is the program. There was about 1,600 students participated from our elementaries last year. This is a map of our schools, roughly in the township. And I live in Walnut Grove. Our school is about 10 minutes from the Walnut Grove Community Center, which is an indoor pool. It does provide access to shallow water, which promotes having this program running a bit earlier as recommended by Life Saving Society. And having the program run in an indoor pool would support having the program running throughout the year. We had to drive about half an hour to Al Anderson. We had to stick around because our kids, we could not just drop them off and go back home. So a lot of parents had to take time off and not able to just keep going back and forth. W.C. Blair is another indoor pool, and Aldergrove. So how is that related to our township? It does support community safety and well-being. Having this program presented early to children does promote public safety by providing information and essential life-saving skills. It is an equitable, inclusive, and accessible program. Since the program is delivered during school days, it is going to all children, regardless of family income, transportation access, or parent availability. It does promote using off-peak hours of the facilities that we have, and promotes healthy, active community, so the kids are exposed early, able to learn about their community centers that are closer to their homes. And it does promote a very strong neighborhood and community connection. The local delivery of this program promotes children to connect to their closer community centers. They can use it early, they learn about it early. So if this program is delivered earlier, being an indoor and for younger kids, it will promote better engagement with the township services. We could walk if it's closer, in my case, about 10 minutes walk, or rely on short, efficient drives, which reduce traffic impact. And of course, promote collaboration with our school district and deliver community center planning across education, recreation, and public safety. I respectfully request that the township supports this program and perhaps be able to use it through our municipal facilities and deliver it as soon as possible. And thank you for supporting to keep our kids safe, connected, and confident. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Yeah, I have a few questions from council. Again, thanks for your delegation. Councillor Martins.
Hi, Risha, nice to see you.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for coming and delegating to council today. Yeah, water safety for children, hugely important. So appreciate you highlighting that. My knowledge is dated, but Operation Waterproof, I remember both of my children going through that with their school, and they were transported to Al Anderson Pool in the city. Is that still the same program that's being offered? Is that the one you're wanting to advocate but just broaden, or is it something different?
I believe it's a similar program. What we have is between a few years back till now, our community have expanded. So having this program, number one, Life Saving Society does promote it to be younger. So starting at grade 5, it's a little bit late. And also having the program in a closed pool will have easy access throughout the year. And like I mentioned, 10 minutes from our home versus half an hour. So that would be one of the biggest things. But yes, you're right. It's the same, probably similar.
Yeah, and I concur with what you're saying 100%, because the pool that they use is an outdoor pool, and it's only available seasonally. And the number of students in our school district has grown dramatically. You know, so trying to get everybody into that pool and the logistics behind that it's not going to happen. And if we can use other pools, other infrastructure, and maybe spread it out throughout the year, then it's an easier task to accomplish. So you're asked, because I'm thinking, because this is a school district program we're talking about, so but you're here today asking if our township facilities, so Blair, Walnut Grove, if we could use these pools as well for the program, to broaden the scope.
Yes, please.
And also the staff resources to train.
Yes.
Okay.
Please and thank you.
Yeah, and, okay, and I appreciate this, and I it's a great initiative, and again, I thank you for being here. I just wanted to be clear on what it was we can do to help.
That's why I'm here.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Repsey, for coming today. It's oddly enough that the grade 5 program, and my daughter is a grade 4 or 5 teacher, so it certainly fits up her avenue. And one of the greatest skills a young person can do is learn how to swim.
Absolutely.
Because you never know when that opportunity, in fact, I don't know where I was the other day at a pool, and I went 2 or 3 feet in the water and dropped off. Now, I learned how to swim, but I always wonder about young children and other people that don't know how to swim. I am more than willing, I'm sure that Councillor Bailey is as well, to bring this issue towards the next meeting we have with the school district, or a school district township of Langley committee. So we're more than willing to bring that up and to discuss it, because working together always works best for us. So thank you very much for coming. I appreciate that.
So the school district is fully aware of me being here today and fully supportive of the program running from the township. One of the biggest things was really not knowing what are the logistics, and Director Rob Stair has really supported providing all information required. The school district did the same thing. So it's really just the townships go ahead. That's what's missing.
Well, fair enough. Well, but we have a great working relationship with the,
Thank you.
certainly the school district. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. Very important topic. Appreciate the information. Just had a couple of questions around currently the program. Is it funded by the school district? Who funds this
No,
program?
the program is covered by the currently is paid by the city of uh, Langley. So the pool is offered for free. We do get, parents do get charged for transportation, subsidized. Other parents, in my case, we did drive our children to the program.
Right.
So it is covered 100% by the partnership between the city.
Okay, but 26 out of the 29 schools were township.
Correct, but they all went to the
Schools.
same, yes.
Okay. Now, just interesting, 29 of 31, just any reason why it's not 31 out of 31?
Well, I wouldn't, that's a very good question. There are multiple situations that could happen. It could be just either a private school or a situation where they couldn't find transportation or they couldn't access the pool, the timing. Because of the limitation of the pool, which is an outdoor pool, the depth is as well, it's at 4 meters, and it has to be in the summer only. So I can't answer specifically to that question, but I do know in our case, I do come from a French immersion school, which means if a teacher or a classroom did not find drivers, they probably would have to miss the class or the training, just because of the structure that this program is done.
Right, okay. So if we were to have this expanded or grow into some of the facilities in the township, does that mean that the students would have more opportunity to do this rather than it just being in the month of May, but it would be
Absolutely.
a greater amount of times that students could come and participate? Is that what it's gonna
There are
help?
two factors to that. Thank you to your question. There are two factors to this. Number one, the fact that our outdoor pools can be accessed throughout the year. The outdoor pools, they all have shallow water, meaning that this program does not have to be, in my personal opinion, I do believe this program is only catered to grade 5 because the water depth at Al Anderson is at 4 meters. From the Life Saving Society, it is recommended to go younger, as young as grade 3.
Okay, so is part of this also to expand it to include other grades?
Let's start with getting grade 5 in,
Okay.
and then we can expand if that's possible, supported by the township and the staff here.
Right,
It would-
so I guess
it
what
would
I
be
was
highly
getting at is
appreciated.
that this one says that, what I understood is it is grade 5, 1,900 students participated, all the schools except for 2.
Correct.
So if we were to include it, does that mean more swim time, or does it mean more grades opportunity?
It would really be catered towards, in my opinion, it would be a good example to start perhaps, if we run it this year, for example, we could do grade 4 and 5, and then start catching up and try to apply that program younger per next years, just because with the cost that's going to be presented later today from staff, we may not want to push it too hard, but at least getting that number of students in to start. And even if we just start with a pilot program, it will give an idea to council about what's the best way to go about it. I know, I'm sure James Kennedy will be more than happy to volunteer.
I'm sure they will be. Awesome, well, that's really good. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, Risha, thanks for this delegation. It is a huge public safety thing. I know I'm trying to get my 7 and 5-year-olds into swimming lessons and that, so I kind of wanted to ask why grade 5 instead of younger grades? Is it because of availability in just the one pool?
I do believe is related to the depth of the pool. I can't imagine me as a parent of a child that's grade 3, which means they are 8 years old, sending them to a 4-meter pool for safety. I'm not sure. And the reality is, with the limited access to pools, children are not learning to swim soon enough. So having that program catered to younger children, it will get them to learn about safety ahead of time. It will get them to learn about the facilities that they most likely going to use ahead of time.
So I'm worried about the scheduling that might already be in our pools. So you mentioned that it's in May. Would it be able to be adapted to different months?
I don't think there is a problem with that. The reason why it's in May is because the Al Anderson is an outdoor pool. And even in May, we were sitting, watching our kids shivering because it was cold.
So like, I'm all for, talking to the staff and see, what the scheduling in our pools looks like. And I will definitely be
Thank you.
bringing this up, like Councilor Ferguson said, at the school liaison meeting that's coming up in a couple of days. And, see if we can, at least get a couple of these pools online. And if we have to, change from the month of May, that's a good thing, right?
Very much. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Richter?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Abdi, for coming. And you had referenced the matter was on the agenda. Later, I looked it up. It's N9, and it's like items for information. Now, on this, it said the target audience would be 1,600 grade 4 students within TOL schools.
Correct.
And the price would be between $31,000 and $42,000 per year. So I'm taking it that would be just for grade 4. And that it's not offered right now due to financial constraints. But it could be delivered. So your grade 5 program was paid for by the city of Langley. It included all the schools in Langley, so city and township?
I believe it was the case, yes.
Okay, and it was just the grade 5 students?
It was, yes.
Okay, so that's interesting. So you're asking us then, is what you're asking us, you want us to approve this for grade 4 or grade 5 or both grade 4 or grade 5? And how do you feel about not having the city schools involved in it?
Let's start with one of the first questions. So number one, the information I brought in is grade 5. So if it does get approved to grade 5, that's great. The reason why staff have grade 4 in there is because the fact that this program is recommended to start early. So grade 5 is considered quite late. If Township does approve the program to start early, then we definitely will have to actually do a catch-up because we can't start 4 now and there's a grade 5 that they didn't participate in the program. I won't really look into the details of the cost and the logistics. I'm very grateful for staff and Director Robstair who provided the information. I think that's the goal moving forward, but at least for now is to have grade 5 get into the program. As for the question regarding the city, I hope that all children will be welcome in that specific approach is the fact that what we're doing here is public safety. I do believe if Township is able to welcome everybody, then that would be amazing. So
Yeah.
about 1,900 students.
And in an ideal world, that would be the case. Any possibility that the city could continue to run the grade 5 program and Township could run a grade 4 program? And if the city is letting Township kids use the city pool, I can't see any good reason why we couldn't let city kids use the Township pool for the grade 4 program.
I do believe that Township and the city could possibly cater to both schools one way or another. Perhaps some people may really want to just stick into the outdoor pool because they like it. If this time, when we are starting to promote this program, if that's going to both city and Township, then that's great. I can't speak on anybody's behalf at this point. I can speak on the facts that I have, which is really hoping the program be presented to kids as young as possible.
Okay. So you're really asking us to look at putting this program into Township pools?
Please and thank you.
Okay, got you. And for the 24,
This year.
42,000, I'm going to go with the upper end because it usually always ends up closer to the upper end. It says grade 4 here.
Yeah, I do believe as a parent, I'm speaking from my personal experience. As a parent, if I had a chance to actually pay for my kids to go and walk to Walter Grove Community Center versus us wasting a whole day, with all due respect, it's not really wasting, but you know what I mean. It's basically, parents can,
It's like a
not
field
everybody can
trip
just
day.
go
Yeah.
and sit 3 hours waiting for the children driving and there are some subsidy, some costs related to transportation. So we kind of hit multiple birds with one stone here. So as a parent, I'm more than happy to have paid for my children to actually go to the Walter Grove Community Center. There are also supports sometimes within our schools, but it's really that very initial step that I'm hoping to kind of cross the bridge here.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you for bringing
My
this
pleasure.
to our attention. Appreciate that.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, sorry, I missed one question. I was just confused when I was looking at the description here. It says that at Al Anderson, the water depth starts at 4 meters.
Roughly about 4 meters, yes. That's what when I search it, yes.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I noticed that it does say that on the website, but yet I've swam there many times.
It
And
doesn't have shallow, they don't have shallow water. That's one thing I'm almost sure about. But I
Yeah.
could be wrong.
no, well,
I
they
could
do,
be
they do
wrong.
have, they do have shallow water, because I've swam there and I can stand up in it. I can tell you that I can't stand up in 4 meters of depth, which is about 13 feet. So,
Very well taken, thank you. I
So-
appreciate the correction.
yeah, but what's interesting is it says on the website that it is 4 meters, but
It doesn't make sense either.
I've
but
stood in
for
every part of
now-
that pool and my head is above water.
Yeah.
So I don't get the 4 meters. I'm just a
Okay,
little confused.
My apologies, I'll
No,
put
no,
that
it's-
statement.
I'm confused as well, because so does the website say it,
Yep.
so it's just
I
confusing.
tried to do as much, I didn't swim in it, let's just be clear.
Oh, it's totally okay, the website supports you, but, my own experience is that I'm not 13 feet tall. So, anyways, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, those are all the questions. Appreciate you bringing this.
Thank you so much for your
Appreciate the
time.
memo on the agenda. It's something to look at. Is there some logic to the township solving the situation that I think you brought up to me before, which is in regards to, Walnut Grove residents is one example, driving to Al Anderson and then driving back when there's a pool across the street, right? And that's a very, very reasonable thing to raise, and I think something that definitely got my interest. This will get the process started to look at it officially. Is there any logic in your mind to the district looking at 2 programs, that those that are in proximity to Alder Grove and W.C. Blair and Walnut Grove, that those schools use those facilities, and the schools in close proximity to the Al Anderson pool use the Al Anderson pool?
I do believe this would be the best way possible. Why wasn't done this way? I would imagine it was really long time ago kind of started. Population wasn't as high. Transportation and driving wasn't half an hour from Walter Grove to our, Brookswood area. That could possibly be the biggest reason, or it could be just the convenience of, speaking to counselor or trustee or something like that. It kind of got going, and it's been going since. With some of the changes right now with the growth and the importance of the fact that this program is important for it to start and become as accessible as possible, it would be very well supported to go through the township as well.
All right, appreciate that, and I think there'll be some options that council can look at as well to maybe look for township-wide, not just the one example, but
Yeah.
look at the 3 facilities and then the 4th if you were to include Al
Exactly.
Anderson. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very
so much
much.
for your time, everyone.
Thank you. We're going to move on to presentations. Surrey Langley Skytane Project, you've been very patient. Please come forward. How can you tell that it's an election year? Please go ahead.
Right.
So if you don't mind introducing yourselves as well before you begin, that would be great.
So thank you and good afternoon. My name is Gilles Azier. I'm the Executive Project Director for the Surrey Langley Skytrain Project, and I'm with the Transportation Investment Corporation, which is the provincial crown corporation that is delivering this project. First, I would like to acknowledge with gratitude that the Surrey Langley Skytrain Project is being constructed on the ancestral territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular the Ketsi, Kwantlen, Musqueam, Musqueam, Semiahmoo, and Tsawwassen First Nations. So thank you for the opportunity to provide you with a project update today. When I presented to you this time last year, we had just started major construction. Since then, there has been very visible progress. And this significant progress in 2025 is due in part to the strong working relationships we have with our contractors, but also with our partners municipalities, including the city including the township of Langley. I'm sorry. As you may be aware, the municipal agreement establishes a cooperative framework that details project processes and responsibilities between the province, the township, and our project contractors. This enables productive collaboration, and we look forward to leveraging the momentum of the last year to further advance the project in 2026. Today, I will share some key progress and milestones the project hit in 2025, but first, a quick overview of the project again. The Surrey-Langley SkyTrain is the first rapid transit expansion south of the Fraser in 30 years. It extends the Expo Line, 16 kilometers on an elevated guideway from King George SkyTrain Station in Surrey to the future Langley City Centre Station. It includes 8 stations, 3 transit exchanges, and also 14 kilometers of active transportation pathways. Once complete, TransLink will operate the extension as it integrates seamlessly into the Expo Line. I want to have a quick highlight of the 2 new stations that will be coming to Langley. First, the Willowbrook station on the left. It's at 186th Street and Fraser Highway. It will feature a transit exchange connecting the township of Langley to neighboring communities. And with the proposed bus rapid transit route between Langley and Maple Ridge and its proximity to Willowbrook Mall, this station will be a major hub. Second, the Langley City Centre Station on your right will transform travel for the community. Residents can reach Waterfront Station in Vancouver in just 65 minutes, opening access to jobs, schools, and entertainment across Metro Vancouver. These stations, like all stations on the project, follow crime prevention through environmental guideline principles. Stations will have emergency phones, designated waiting areas with good lighting, CCTV cameras. Both stations will also have space for transit police operations. One thing of note for the stations, they will have up to 2 pieces of First Nations and public artist art, which may include 2D wall art, glass art, or 3D freestanding art. We expect to announce the artists once the selection process is complete. So looking at timeline, major construction kicked off in late 2024, and you can see the transformation since then, and the scale of activity is very impressive. We are on track to have the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain in service by late 2029. Let me share a few highlights of the significant progress in 2025. One of the key areas was foundation and column construction of both the elevated guideway along the alignment and station foundations. In fact, by the end of the year, guideway foundations were more than 70% complete, and more than 40% of station foundation piles were installed. Crews also made some major progress on the underground duct bank to provide electrical power to the SkyTrain. By the end of 2025, 10 of 16 kilometers were complete. This work has been among the most impactful, running the full length of Fraser Highway and requiring extensive trenching along the roadway. In some areas, like the CPKC rail crossing in Langley, shown on the left, crews use trenchless methods to minimize traffic disruption above. I also want to highlight that most of BC Hydro's power line relocation was completed in 2025. That's a work that was highly visible in 2024 and essential for major construction to proceed. By the end of 2025, more than 40% of the guideway columns were complete, similar to those that you can see on the right. One of the big highlights from the past year has been the introduction of the project's launching gantries. Those are specialized machines that install the concrete segments forming the elevated guideway. To enable fast construction, we have 4 launching gantries working, each named after the community where it operates. For instance, the Langley launcher started work at Hillcrest, 184th Street stations, and is now making its way east toward Langley. Guideway construction began this summer, with all 4 launching gantries actively building the elevated guideway. By year end, more than 300 segments were installed. And on the right, you can see the precast concrete facility. It's located in South Surrey, and it is now fully operational and producing guideway segments. Today, more than 300 people work at that facility, and over 1,000 segments were cast there last year. SkyTrain progress has been underway in Langley for some time. Late last year, after clearing the site, crews started guideway construction at Willowbrook Station, shown here. Our team has closely engaged with Willowbrook Mall and other nearby businesses to inform and coordinate with them on planned construction activities. At Langley City Centre Station, all foundation piles are complete, and crews are now building the columns that will support the future guideway and station. In the fall, foundation of the final 250 meters of guideway at the east end of Industrial Avenue were also completed. So now, looking at 2026, there's a lot of work underway, but even more ramping up this year. Guideway foundations and substructure will be completed this year, except for some remaining work at Industrial Avenue, which is scheduled for 2027. Our 4 launching gantries will continue installing guideway segments, and by year end, at least 12 of the 16 kilometers of the elevated guideway will be visible. The underground duck bank that will power the train will also be completed this year. As well, all stations will be under full construction by the end of by the mid-year, which is a big step forward. And our third contractor, responsible for systems and track work, will start construction this spring. They will begin installing rail and portion of the newly built guideway, marking another exciting step forward for the project. And this is less than within 2 years of starting the construction. In the township, once the guideway foundation work is complete at the Willowbrook site, station construction will begin later in the spring, which will involve pile driving. Here is a photo of the 152th Street station in June 2025 to give an idea of what the site will look like by this spring. Later this year, the Langley launcher is expected to arrive in Langley to start guideway erection. On the other side of the Langley bypass, our focus is on foundation construction for the elevated guideway, which will also require pile driving. This work will begin shortly for guideway sections along Langley Lane and Industrial Avenue. Guideway construction across the full alignment, including the Langley section, is scheduled for completion in 2027. In parallel, our guideway contractor will be finishing associated roadworks. Looking forward to 2027 and 2028, efforts will shift towards track work and system installation, leading into the final testing and commissioning phase in 2029. So we remain committed to working closely with our neighbors, keeping them informed in advance, and doing everything possible to minimize construction impacts while delivering the project as fast as possible. Here we see some metrics that show how active we have been with the community. We've had hundreds of inquiries and calls, strong online engagement, and hosted multiple events and meetings. Overall, we are making strong efforts to stay connected and transparent throughout construction. We're also doing everything we can to minimize impact and keep businesses accessible. Our team works directly with businesses and residents along the alignment every day, responding to concerns like noise, dust, traffic changes, and planned service shutdowns. We give advance notice of work together with businesses on solutions, and provide practical support, things like businesses are open signage, off-peak scheduling for disruptive work, dust and noise screening, providing businesses with water during water disruptions and generators during planned power outages, and ongoing noise monitoring. With respect to traffic, we're working hard to keep people moving. Every relevant traffic management plan is reviewed by township staff and actively monitored so that we can keep adjustment if needed. We continue to share regular updates about construction activities in varieties of ways, including email notifications, our website, and signage. We encourage people to sign up for construction notices at surrey-langley-skytrain.ca. And we also have a 24/7 construction phone line for questions, comments, and concerns. So thank you for your continued support. Together, we've made incredible progress, and 2026 will be another defining year. I'm now happy to take any questions. Thank you.
There are some questions from council, but I wanted you to if you touch on whether or not there's been any change to providing 2 elevators per station.
So last year we discussed that. There has been since then we have been adding elevators at stations which have a mezzanine. So Green Timber being one of them, and Fleetwood. So those is to provide redundant elevators for people going from the ground to the mezzanine. After that, there is one elevator on each direction for the platform, except at the Langley City Centers, which have the center platform. So in that station, there are 2 elevators going down.
Yeah, so the situation in Willowbrook, if the elevator is down, I know the mayor's council has raised this, that if you have a situation where the elevator is only one elevator in the station, let's say Willowbrook, for example, brand new station, 1 elevator, not even built yet, 1 elevator.
Yeah.
So what happens to the person that, needs that elevator? What is the solution for them to get onto SkyTrain? I want everybody to hear the answer to that so we can have a baseline to maybe discuss it a bit further. What is the solution for that individual when the elevator is not working?
So there's 1 elevator in each direction. So for the case where the elevator is not working, the passenger needs to go to, for instance, the Langley City Center, where they can change direction and come back to where the elevator works on the other direction.
Yeah, so they would have to get on a bus or take a cab to another.
You can just go to the next station.
But so they would have to take a bus or other transportation to get to the other station to get onto the network.
So if the direction you want to go to doesn't have an elevator working, you can go to the opposite direction to the next station where you can change.
Back. Yeah.
So you don't need to take a bus. You can stay within the.
So I think that's some progress. Is there some reason that 2 elevators can't be provided for each scenario?
So this is standard to the stations based on commuters' forecast, and this is the design at most of the stations on the network. So not just the SLS, but across the Expo line and others. So we're following the same guidelines as per the TransLink guidelines.
All right. So I'm going to reiterate the request again, maybe just for myself, that if that can please be looked at. I know Mayor's Council has raised this on multiple occasions. The brand new stations are going in, billions of dollars being spent, and not providing that redundancy. So I'm just going to raise that with you again. May or may not be the standard. We change standards here and improve them all the time. So I'm going to reiterate that request if that can still be looked at, maybe not, but if you're building it already. But I'm going to reiterate that one day whoever's here is going to get that email from that person that was confronted with the elevator down for some period of time in some cases in some of these stations, and significant issues as a result of that for people that rely on that network perhaps more than others. Councillor Kuntz, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for delegating, and exciting time to be in Langley here with SkyTrain coming. I just really have one question, and we hear a lot about cost overruns for some of these big projects. Is SkyTrain on budget, or is with the high cost of all these things going up in the last few years? Just kind of wondering about that.
So the budget that was approved and released in August 2024 is a budget that we're working towards. We are making great progress, as you can see, and we're on track for opening at late 2029.
So the money's there. It's not gonna. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for coming. I moved on the screen, did I? Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to express my appreciation to the periodic updates that you've been providing to council. You've been here already, and that's really helpful to us, to the public, to know what's going on, and it's very transparent in where you're at, and updates and information, and that's what people look for and want. And so you're doing that really well, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. You had mentioned, I wrote them down really quickly, a list of the crime prevention strategies. And you had said emergency phones on site and the lighting, and you talked about CCTV cameras. And you mentioned the transit police. And I missed what you said about the police. Is there, because it's a end of the line station, is there going to be an actual, I don't want to say a detachment, but any sort of like a police office there? If you could maybe elaborate a little more what you might know about that.
But first of all, thank you for your acknowledgements. It's very nice to hear. With regard to transit police, so every stations will have will have parking access for transit police. The Langley City Centre will have a transit hub, transit police hub, and the Willowbrook will have also an administrative office, like several other stations where we'll have people who can be working there from the transit police.
Great. And do you know, and I assume this is a question for me to ask my colleagues at the transit police, but are you aware if they are increasing the number of police personnel for this extension? Any idea what that looks like?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
We're providing the facilities, and that I don't have the details.
So
on
that would, okay, fair enough. So it'd be best to direct my question to the transit
Yeah,
police. then.
Translink is the one operating will be operating the SkyTrains, and we'll have plans accordingly to,
Fair enough, I get it. This is, you're doing the project, right? And yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think that is an issue I will follow up on then, because I think it is important, because reading feedback from members of our community about what their priorities are, and it moving forward, and one of them is crime, and there is very real concerns. When I say real concerns, people do feel this way, that along with SkyTrain, we might see an increase in crime, especially in the sort of downtown Willowbrook area. And I want to ensure that we're ahead of that and that we've got the police resources. And that's and it's top of mind for a lot of people. So I thank you. Glad to hear you're on budget, and carry on, and we'll look after the public safety piece of it separately. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thanks very much for your presentation. It's pretty exciting to see the progress so far. Question around the new method of project delivery that the team's using this time, with separating the contract up into three separate sort of contracts, in a sense. I'm just wondering if you can comment at all publicly about how that's going, if it's delivering the project in the way that it was expected, and I know part of it was so that smaller suppliers might have a chance to be able to participate on a huge project like this. So I'm just wondering if that's sort of actually bearing fruit so far.
Yeah, you can see great collaborations between the contractors. I mentioned, for instance, at Willowbrook, where right now we have the guideway contractor, so the one building the elevated guideway, building the foundations for the guideway. They're also preparing the ground for when the station contractors in the spring will be coming to do their own foundations. So there's constant collaboration between them. And then eventually, when the guideway is set up later mid-year, this is where the contractor installing the rail will be also starting to work. So at one point, we'll have the three contractors working in very close proximity.
And I'm assuming those companies have probably worked together in the past. I think
Yep.
two of the three contracts are sort of under the umbrella of is it the same company, or are they all three under different companies?
Three different joint ventures with three different very big names in the industry. So they're all very specialized in what they do. And we, as a province, are managing the interface between all of them. So
Awesome. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks for your presentation. I mean, I've got a question. So there's one elevator going in at Willowbrook, am I correct?
there's one in each direction.
So also Langley City and Clayton?
So Langley City has a platform that is a center. So we actually has two elevators that goes to that platform that serves both directions.
Yeah, because the reason I bring this up, I've got an awful lot of experience dealing with a family member in wheelchairs, and when even the short hop, either to Clayton or Langley City, if that elevator's down, is not that easy. And is there a plan in place right now, or are you going to put a plan in place for when those elevators are down, there will be dedicated transportation for people with accessibility problems to get to the next elevator?
So every station follow the TransLink guideline for accessibility. If there is no other alternative, as you can see on other stations, TransLink, with the operator, decides if they put additional buses to transfer or if they redirect people to go to the next station. And there is always signage and announcements on the elevators that have an issue and then what to do next with it.
Yeah, because you say you're following the practices that you have with the existing line, and there are a lot of problems with the practices of the existing line when it comes to accessibility, and especially when the elevators are down. So I really appreciate to hear that there are within the SkyTrain organization dedicated resources that will take people that cannot access an elevator because it's down for maintenance and that.
So again, this is, TransLink being the operator, they are the one who manage the day-to-day operations.
Yeah, from personal experience, doesn't work that well on the existing line. Are you going to have washrooms in these stations?
So there are washrooms. They will be accessible through the help of a SkyTrain attendant, and they will be at their discretion.
Okay, parking. Once upon a time, we used to be able to park at King George Station, not anymore. Used to be able to park kind of at Surrey Center, not anymore. The first decent parking is Scott Road, and even that, now if you go there after about 7:30, you're on the road. So is there going to be decent parking at Willowbrook and Langley City stations?
So as part of the scope of this project, there's no parking. I think the goal is to have people use transit and to be able, that's why we have a 14-kilometer multi-use pathway to lead to the stations. We also have, three bus loops, one of them being at Willowbrook, of course connecting to the BRT, to Maple Ridge and other areas. And before the opening of the line, TransLink will be looking at reshuffling buses as needed to make sure people have access to the stations in a convenient fashion.
Yeah, because you have to remember out here, our bus systems are nothing like even Surrey. Okay, for me to get to where the Langley City Station is going to be, that's a 20, 25-minute drive at best. And I can't get a bus. There are no buses where I live, and that applies to an awful lot of people in Langley Township. Last one is, how are you doing down in Fry's Corner? How's that going? Because I know that peat is a couple 100 feet deep.
Sorry, where?
Fry's Corner, Fraser Highway and
Highway 15?
And Highway 17.
Yeah, so near the Highway 15. So it's a major corridor for transportation for the province. You're right, at that area, the soil is very soft. And piles that we are driving right now, our contractors are working very hard they go deep to 100 meters deep, so 300 feet.
And you're putting a works yard down there also, are you not?
You're putting what, sorry?
A works yard?
So the maintenance facility that's adjacent south of the alignment is a different project. As you can see right now, there's a lot of work with ground preparation. And the work seems to progress well. As part of this project, there's a connection that will be made that will be for future connections to that site. So this is why you see this very big bend crossing with two big supports, because it's going to be the gateway going through the alignment, but also a track to divert trains to that facility in the future.
Thank you very much. There are some concerns with this line. I don't like crossing a river in a vehicle. I drive to Scott Road and take the SkyTrain in, unless I can go after 10 o'clock and come back by 2. So I rely on the SkyTrain a lot, and that's why I talk about the parking. Mm-hmm. For me to drive from where I live to Scott Road, that's an hour. So I'd appreciate if you guys could look at some parking for our stations.
I know the city of Surrey is looking at parking as part of their development plan. but that's outside of the scope of this project, but they are also, they are looking at that, for instance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, yeah, thank you for coming today. Every time the word SkyTrain comes up, I just can't tell you how excited I am. Because, knowing, earlier on in the meeting, I talked about policy procedures. A decision was made procedurally by the former mayor of Surrey to make a connection between Surrey and Langley City as SkyTrain. If that decision procedurally had not been made, we would still be waiting today for SkyTrain, because we were in the next round procedurally. So that's the first thing. I'm so excited about it. It's coming down. I like, sometimes I've even stopped at the side of the road and watched those big equipment. I don't know how you do it, that thing that builds the platforms that go from one site to whatever they call it to another.
The launching gantries, yeah, they measure like 100 meters long and they're 400 tons of
That's a
steel.
football field, 100 meters.
Yeah.
Or if not bigger. Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness. I used to run the 9.9 against Andre DeGrasse in 100 meters years ago. Again, exciting. It's good to know that you're going through. I live down the street from here. That, your slide that talks about the, you actually have a site at 195th and 24th Avenue where you're doing precast or something?
Yeah, so the precast yard is in South Surrey, in Campbell Heights. So
Yeah, I was wondering what those, my wife and I were, what is that? It's a huge site. You
Yeah,
have
it
all
used to
sorts of
be,
things going.
it used to be a mud pit, and our contractor built a beautiful facility where they have 4,400 of those big segments that needs to be cast. So they cast about already a quarter of those. So it's a full-blown production center. It's a manufacturing
Well,
operation.
it's good to see you working. It's good to see you're following all these steps. It's exciting. It's going to be, I mean, there's a lot of confusion on the road. People have to wait. I don't mind waiting because I know the future is going to be sensational. My last kind of question, I'm piggybacking on others, of course, is there any way that you can cut a deal with the Willowbrook Mall for some parking spaces?
Yeah, that's something.
I'll leave that with you. How's that
Yeah,
sound?
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming and sharing today. I certainly do share the concerns about parking and the elevator that has already been shared by other members of council. My question just was around businesses and local businesses in the area, and I know you mentioned doing good work to try and make sure that people know businesses are open and to see the least amount of impact. I wonder if you have any information or reports that would give us, tell us about what's actually happening with those businesses. Are your methods and strategies working effectively? Are the businesses functioning as well as they always have? Or are they sensing a real challenge during the construction phase?
So we have a mandate with our contractors to always keep access to businesses. So that's the first thing that we require them to do. And then we are, through the signage, we're encouraging locals to remind them that those businesses are open. We understand that the construction work is it makes it harder sometimes to move, but we make sure that we always have walking, biking, and car access to those businesses. And we do work with our communities team as well. Our contractors work well with each of those businesses to understand their challenges and understand if better hours suits them for some type of work. And we have also our direct communications. People can also call if they have issues, which sometimes they do. Yeah.
Right. I guess that's all really helpful. Are you getting any reports from the businesses as to how that's working?
We have people through the phone line giving us some anecdotal experiences. We have also through the business improvement associations that we meet many of them regularly. That's where also ways where we can dialogue around what's happening in their area. So.
Okay, thank you. One last thing, did you say at the beginning that it would be 65 minutes to travel from Langley City down to Vancouver?
Yeah, to Waterfront.
Downtown?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And then 22, if you look at King George Highway, King George Station to Langley City Center is a 22-minute drive, ride.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
All right, thanks again for coming and appreciate the update. And obviously, we're all thrilled about the infrastructure upgrade for transit in the Township of Langley that we've been waiting generations for. So I think it's fabulous, and it's great to see that BRT is now also in process with similar consultation and updates to get people to the SkyTrain network, to drive that ridership. So the more I think we continue to see actual capital investments and funding from senior levels of government into these projects, including BRT, and not looking to property taxes to pay for these projects, similar to how this project was funded. I think there's a good future here in the township and finally seeing some of that investment come back versus the over 50 million a year we send to TransLink to provide service in other communities. So I think finally beginning to see some of that equity here in the township in regards to these investments, and along with BRT being planned again to drive that ridership. So I want to thank you for your part in constructing this and providing this to Township of Langley and Langley City. You know, aware that maybe used to be some negative aspects to SkyTrain as well, but we are preparing for those. And so again, continue to really be appreciative of the province's efforts, the federal government's funding, and your organization's efforts to deliver a project on time to the TransLink to operate to the Township of Langley. And again, thank you very much for that effort and that update today.
Thank you. It was an honor to be able to present an update, and we're doing our best to go as fast as possible, and we thank everybody for the patience during the construction. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move to item E2, Development Application Procedures Council Policy Update. I'll move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Rinn. Is there any questions or discussion? Councillor Martins.
Thank you. Great to see this initiative. And I noticed that the proposed policy amendments are pertaining to providing digital versus paper submissions for development applications. Just wondering for those in our community that perhaps that creates a barrier, who are not able to follow that new process, you know, digital versus paper. Is there anything in place for people that might fit that scenario? If I can, through the chair to staff.
To your worship, to Council Martins, if you're referring to still having a bit of a hybrid approach or reviewing applications on a case-by-case basis and still accepting hard copies, that option would still be available to proponents, and staff would work with them if there's any issues in relation to submitting PDFs online.
Thank you. So will there be anything like that in the online submission portal or wherever that is, just saying if you are experiencing difficulty, contact this number or this email, or anything available to people, just so that's clear?
Your worship, to Councillor Martins, the online portal itself does have staff information, like contact information, the email addresses of the department, the phone number to call if there's any issues. So in the event proponents are experiencing any issues, they can contact the department directly.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Richter.
Yes, through you to staff, if I could. It clearly looks to me like this is a needed improvement, as Councillor Martins has said, relative to making digital a better option for developers to get their applications in. I'm just wondering now, I've had a look through the attachments to the report. Are there any key changes that focus on things other than the streamlining to digital submission?
Dear worship, to Councillor Richter, there's several housekeeping amendments that are changes that are made within Attachment B, Schedule A. A lot of that has to do with ensuring that the names are consistent, updates pursuant to legislations, and certain requirements that are not that are redundant or already outdated or moot due to updates to the development procedure bylaw.
So it's essentially housekeeping, this particular revised policy.
Yeah, that is correct.
Good, thank you.
I'll call the question on E2. That carries unanimously. Bylaws for first, second, and third reading. G1, development cost charges bylaw update. I'll move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any questions or discussion on G1? Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes. I was wondering with regards to page 19, and I just have to flip to page 19 here. The bottom line there shows that we have 456.2 million of municipal costs, of which the annual municipal costs would be 17.5 million. Now, how does this additional municipal cost compare to previous years? Is it up, is it down, is it about the same? And also, what is the impact on the budget of these additional 17.5 million of additional costs on an annual basis relative to the current carrying cost of the debt from all sources in the budget? And the reason I'm asking this question is because I think we really only have a piece of the budget right now, which is the utilities only part. I guess a corollary question would also be, when will we be getting the full budget?
Your worship to Councillor Richter. So as you've highlighted, that's the municipal responsibilities. And if you look to the left category, that's the municipal assist factor. So the total township-wide DCC program is approximately $3.56 billion. Of that cost, there's several items, a majority of those items, 2.89, that are eligible for recovery through DCC. So that's paid by developer. Growth's paying for growth, and there's a certain small percentage, 456 million, in comparison to the 3.56 billion that must be funded annually through township revenues. So that would be items that are not covered through the DCC program. So these time horizons we have to look at are over 25, 35, 40-year time horizons. So these are key considerations for council when we are planning our long-term financial plans, and this is when projects are approved and funded. So a lot of these items would be up for council consideration when these projects are approved in the future. However, we would continue to collect under each category. So there's the transportation category, the sanitary sewer, water, drainage, parks, fire protection categories.
Okay. Well, I think, basically, we're clearly going to have to fund this 17.5 million of costs each year out of general revenues, and I'm just wondering how this fits into the big budget picture. When will we be getting the big budget?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, if you're referring to the operating capital budget of the Township of Langley, staff are still actively working on that and are considering bringing that forward, hopefully in the next two potential meetings. We have today on the agenda is utility user rate bylaw. That's for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yes, thank you. Just want to get the right spot here in my, let me just, sorry. Yeah, a couple of questions I have through your worship to staff. Near the beginning of the report, it talks about new provincial categories for the DCC program, and that we in the township chose to add fire protection as part of the DCC program. I guess my first question was, what are the other categories that we could have chosen from? And for what reason did we choose fire protection as opposed to maybe some of the others, or including with some of the others?
Your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, the Our understanding is majority of the categories have been covered. That's transportation, sewer, water, drainage, parks, and fire. As I had highlighted in my previous answer, the only categories that haven't been included is police protection, solid waste, and recycling services. And the only reason those have not been included is there's no current DCC eligible projects for those items. The overall intent was to ensure that we spoke with the department heads and essentially sought any concurrences or projects that are DCC eligible. However, we will be reviewing the DCC program itself annually, and when projects do become DCC eligible under those categories, police protection or solid waste or recycling, we would essentially come forward and seek council's endorsement to update the bylaw to include those categories.
Okay, so that's helpful to understand. So when we have a project that relates to those categories, then it comes back to council for us to look at adding it in. Is that just clarifying?
Your worship to council, that is staff's intent to essentially come to council and seek to update the DCC bylaw to add those categories, but if it's council's direction or desire to then include that.
Okay, that's helpful. I have a couple other questions. I wanted to just go back to the table that Councilor Richter was referring to. I think that's table 6, if I have it. Table 6. My question was, I understand the $456 million, which is suggesting here would be 17.5 million on an annual basis. And then there's about $2.8 billion that is DCC recoverable. Of course, we understand this is over 25, 30, or 35 years, et cetera. When I added up the math here, there's a gap of about 215 million between municipal costs and DCC recoverable costs. And I'm just wondering where we get the 215 million, because the total capital cost is 3.5 billion, but the two other numbers added together added up to about 3.2. So I'm just wondering or am I missing something or misunderstanding the table?
Your worship to Council Witchmarsh, those numbers should be adding together. They may not exactly add if there's any rounding errors, but the intent is that there's municipal cost that will be the responsibility of the township, and then items that are DCC recoverable. The total should be reflective of that 3.5, but I'm just gonna run the math myself here as well.
Okay, because, yeah, I added it up, and it's $215 million short. That seems like more than a rounding error. I'll just wait till he asks me as to the questions.
To your worship to Councillor Whitmarsh, you are correct that there is a difference, and that does relate to money that we will be receiving from TransLink for the major roads network program. There is an item within the report itself that indicates that as well. That's
Okay.
at the previous page, page 18 indicates major road network and bicycle funding and bicycle infrastructure capital cost sharing. So they will be covering some of the funding as well on a 50% cost sharing basis to items that are eligible for that.
Okay, maybe be helpful in this section of 3.1 program costs, just to have a sentence that refers to that, so it's easy to understand how they add up. Okay, another question was, This is table 7 on the DCCs, and I'm looking at existing rate, and then I'm looking at the proposed rates. And it looks like most of them, at least in residential, are going down quite substantially, actually, the rate. And then the commercial rate looks like it's, similar, maybe slightly up, industrial rate's down, and then institutional is up by quite a bit. So just wondering, just sort of the reasoning for the changes, why some rates, are going down quite significantly, as in the residential, and maybe institutional and commercial going up, and just what the rationale is compared to the old DC rates, and now we have this new proposed system, and trying to understand the rationale behind it.
Dear Worship, Councillor Whitmarsh, and with the updated DCC legislation as well, we have to take into consideration that now there's an ability to add parks to industrial and commercial as well, which and institutional, which impacts the rate.
Okay, that's helpful. What the reduction in residential is that to become more competitive, or is it just we realize we don't need that much income brought in from residential development, or, why is that? We're looking at anywhere around 15 to 20% decrease in the proposed DCC rate for residential.
Dear Worship to Councillor Whitmarsh, so Council had given us direction in relation to reviewing the DCC bylaw. So along with Council direction, there was updates to the DCC legislation as well. So we took a holistic approach and we reviewed the project list for essentially the existing categories that were referenced earlier. And then we updated to reflect some of the most recent information on the infrastructure needed to service growth in the township, as indicated in our master plans infrastructure studies. We updated some of the cost associated with the construction, land acquisition cost as well. And then some of the items also updated the best practices for parkland acquisition development, and that was then expanded to include industrial and institutional and commercial, which there's that difference in the rate. So, and there's new categories where I referenced with the fire protection DCC program. So taking that all into consideration, we working with the consultants or external consultants, Urban System, that's where the rates were aligned with. And there's also time horizons that were given that historically wasn't there. 25 years for parks, 35 years for transportation, and 40 years for sanitary sewer and drainage, which then allowed the burden to be reduced further in relation to the rates.
And just, Mr. Cooner, maybe I'm gonna clarify, in the statements made that DCCs are going down. So let's clarify that, maybe you can clarify for me as well to make sure I have it correct, that you have to be sure which year you're comparing to, the 2022 or the implementation of an increase earlier this term that has never fully been implemented or it's been deferred twice. So you have to confirm which numbers you're comparing to make an assessment that they're going down. Mr. Cooner, maybe you can speak to the fact that we currently have 3 different rates that are floating around at the moment.
Yes, Your Worship, I appreciate the clarifications. We technically do have 3 rates floating around here. So my comments were in relation to the current rate, comparing it to the bylaw 5987, which was the adopted rates in 2023, I believe. And then there is the existing bylaw 5555, which are rates from, I might have to get staff to Mr. Richardson to confirm, that's a bylaw from 2021 that still has in-stream protection till December 3rd, 2026.
I believe it was 2020.
2020, that's correct.
Yeah, so that still has in-stream protection, I believe, till November 17th, 2026, and so that's the rates, but however, those rates have never been applicable, never been implemented. They've been deferred twice by council.
Okay, so when I'm looking at table 7 and it says existing rate, it's referring to the 2020 rates.
So let's get that confirmed, Mr. Cooner, I believe it's referring to the 2023 rates, which have never
That's
been
correct. So the
implemented
existing
twice,
rates in table 7, that is bylaw number 5987, I believe. That's the rates in relation to the 2023
So you need to
update.
clarify that, to make relative statements of going down or up, you may lead you to some inaccuracies. Are they going up or down depending on which years you're comparing? And then us transitioning the township theoretically with the adoption of this in the next couple of meetings, transitioning to the new program, which moves fire from CACs to DCCs, to DCCs. And so that change led to this implementation, which is lower, given some adjustments and other things that staff have been working on, which I appreciate very much, to adjust those rates, comparing them to the 2023 rates, which have never been applicable, never been implemented, always been deferred. They could say they're going down, but actually it'd be more accurate to compare them to what people are paying today.
That's very helpful information. The table itself maybe could be adjusted so that it reflects that conversation that you just brought up, because that would be
And
helpful.
I think that that's an excellent point. We're seeing the same, I think, update required maybe for the website to reflect exactly which DCC rates would apply. People are looking at the rates on the website, and then they have to be very careful of which bylaw that is applicable to them. Hopefully, when we transition to this new bylaw, that confusion will stop. There'll be the 2020 rates and the 2026 rates.
Thank you, that's helpful. My last question was, and wondering if there's a possibility for us to, and I didn't see it, but for us to look at how do our DCC rates, particularly now our proposed rates, how do they compare, would they compare to some of the neighboring municipalities? And is there a way to have that information for council?
Your worship, to Councillor Whitmore, staff can definitely endeavor to provide a community comparison with some of the neighboring municipalities. However, we do caution comparing the DCC rates among municipalities, as it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, as DCC rates are based on infrastructure needs of a specific community, and the program itself is usually unique and specific to the municipalities, where we may collect in relation to parkland acquisition and development, where one municipality may not do the exact, use that exact methodology. So it'd be apples and orange comparison, but in any event, staff can provide the information in relation to where the DCC rates do sit with compared neighboring municipalities.
Yeah, the reason why I think that would be helpful, and I appreciate that it's not apples to oranges, but we do often hear, or at least I do, I should say often hear from different people about DCC rates, and I hear statements made that our DCC rates are either higher or lower than another community. And it would be helpful for myself as a counselor to be able to understand the apples and oranges, and to understand the difference between them, so that I can have an intelligent conversation with people that ask this question or make these statements. And so that's why it would just be educational for us on council, and explaining the apples and the oranges so that we understand the difference. It would be helpful. Thank you.
I think staff can take that back. The challenge being you can't necessarily, you can compare the rate in proximity to housing costs and sale prices, but every program is different, and every infrastructure and every community is different. And so the DCC program in Maple Ridge is going to be specific to their infrastructure needs related to growth. Similar, our program is going to be very different than the City of Langley's program, which is built out. So I think it's very hard to compare. Of course, you'll hear the Needle Township is charging too much, or Township is charging too little. It's really, that, to me, those kinds of statements misunderstand the nature of the program. The program is infrastructure required, and then this is what the infrastructure costs. This is how many housing units are projected to be built. You divide it, and there's the math. It's not, we want to charge X amount, therefore we're going to create the program. It's actually not like that at all. And so it's very hard to compare, what Metro Vancouver is going through versus, say, the Township of Langley's infrastructure needs related to growth compared to City of Surrey, that maybe could afford a lower assist factor, which we cannot. So there's a number of relations to it, and I do appreciate the complexity of it and the need for more information, and Mr. Cooner can take that back. And I don't see why I couldn't follow up with an item from information, Mr. Cooner, on generally what other adjacent municipalities are currently planning on levying, given that we do hear that comparison, even though it does reveal a lack of understanding of the program. Yeah, Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
So adding the fire protection underneath this now, that's because of the changes to the provincial legislation, am I correct?
To your worship, to Councillor Bailey, that is correct.
So previously, fire halls were under the CAC program and now under the DCC program?
To your worship, to Councillor Bailey, historically, fire halls were funded through either general revenue and not eligible for DCC. Under these new legislation updates, fire hall expansion and upgrades and fire master plans are eligible for DCC.
So that's really applicable now, because this is the first fire hall that's built in the Township of Langley for 20 years. So does this also apply to major purchases with, such as our fire equipment that we purchased? Is that DCC or?
To your worship, to Councillor Bailey, equipment would be a separate item. This would be DCC eligible is fire hall expansions and upgrades and fire master plans, not equipment per se.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering because of the size of the investment that we had to make in equipment I wasn't sure if that was capital or operating. Thank you.
Councillor Martins?
Thank you. Actually, I think Councillor Bailey, that was a question I had as well, as why the change from one program to the other. But it was the CAC program, not the ACC program, because I thought at one point we had a fire hall or some fire-related item listed in that bylaw that couldn't be there. I might be remembering incorrectly, but I thought there was an issue there.
Through your worship, to Councillor Martins, I would have to look into that item a bit more, but in the ACC bylaw, there potentially could have been an item that did not qualify, but I think it could have to do with construction, whether projects were under construction and not qualified for the ACC bylaw. And that was, I think, the argument that, and interpretation issues that staff were having with provincial staff.
Okay, no, thank you. Okay, I think that's it. I'm interested, if I could, through the chair of staff, you mentioned police. Could you expand on what sort of projects would fit into the DCC model? I'm just thinking about our very outdated police station, and I'm just curious if that's something that would fall under there if we were looking at updating or rebuilding or whatever.
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, yes. So under the new program, there is items that are going to be eligible for police protection. We did consult with the officer in charge superintendent to see if there's any DCC eligible items he can propose. At this time, none of them were eligible under the DCC program. We will be, however, annually reviewing it. So if there's an item for police expansion, the police building for expansion or a new building, we would then include that in the DCC program. The overall intent, as I've stated, is to always review these annually. It is a living document that will expand, and infrastructure items will be either added or removed, hopefully more regularly than historically it's been.
Thank you. Because I just want to highlight again, I know I said it with the earlier presentation, that's been a resounding piece of feedback from the community is crime prevention and putting our resources that direction. So thank you.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call a question on G1. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Item G2, rezoning application number 100752, bylaw number 6184. Moved by Councillor Rin. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion? Councillor Rickings, go ahead.
So would this be one of the first moves that we have developments in Brookswood or through the mayor to staff?
To your worship, to Councillor Kuntz, I believe council did consider an application in the Brookswood Rin neighborhood at the last December 15th meeting.
Okay.
That's my understanding. That would technically be, let's characterize it as one of the first developments receiving 3 readings with the updated plans.
So I guess that when I'm looking at this, it says 37 lots, but potentially it'll be 37 lots with 4 potentially fourplexes. So 37 times 4 housing units? Would that be correct?
Your worship, to Councillor Kuntz, yes, under the new provincial legislation, there is an opportunity for them to potentially have small-scale multi-unit housing lots.
Okay, so I note that there's 724,000 in a voluntary amenity contribution. Do we know, how does that work when, you know, this amenity is from Brookswood? Will it go to Brookswood, a Brookswood amenity? Because as we're going to see a huge number of maybe these types of developments now in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to be needing amenities too. So just wondering how that works.
Your worship, to Councillor Kuntz, right now there's an interim CAC policy essentially, and that was volunteered by the proponent. The more the specific items in relation to community centers and stuff are addressed under the ACC bylaw. So there's specific project list, and my understanding is there is a community center for Brookswood that is under that ACC list.
Yeah, no, I realize that. I just wondering how far away that is. Okay, so I just had one last question. What is a neighborhood forest fire hazard reduction development permit area? Because I don't think I've seen that before.
Through your worship to Councilor Kunst, in the Brookswood Furnish Community Plan Update, with input from the fire department, there was a request to put in a fire protection area, which talks about materials used on the cladding of those buildings to reduce fire potential. Staff in the first quarter of this year are looking at some updates to the Brookswood Furnish Community Plan. So we'll be looking at that provision to see if it continues to be necessary, given other components of our bylaws and fire protection bylaws.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if other people have any questions, but that's...
Councillor Richter?
Yes, thank you. I guess through you to staff, I note here a couple of things. Number one is item 1 on our items distributed to council today, which is a letter of concern about the loss of what really is a pretty significant urban forest on this piece of property, this 6.89 acres. It says on page 12 that it doesn't look like it's fourplexes to me. It looks like it's SSMUs of about 5,000 square feet. Is that correct?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, the designation itself is SHMU, I believe, type 3, which is 5,000 square feet lots. However, as Councillor Kunst had asked the question, are they eligible to have 3 to 4 units on the lot? So under the provincial legislation, they do have an opportunity to potentially do that. Whether they're going to proceed with that or not is up to the proponent themselves.
Oh, so we wouldn't have any say in suggesting, for example, that we concentrate density in the southernmost portions of the property in order to protect that forest. And the reason I'm saying this is because this is a significant stand of trees. It's 473 significant trees. On the 6.9 acres, none will be retained. Replacement trees will amount to roughly half that, 251 replacement trees, but they'd be little trees after the big trees are all cut down. So and this is now at first, second, and third. There hasn't been any public input on it other than the opportunity to write letters about this, right?
That is correct. The application is plan compliant, so it's before council for all 3 readings, as the Local Government Act does not allow any public hearings on items that are plan compliant, or for the sole purpose of bylaw is to essentially allow residential development.
Okay. So when we look at the 6.9 acres, how many acres do the 473 trees occupy, as opposed to the relatively cleared area in the southern portions?
Through your worship to Councilor Richter, based on the review of the arborist information. The trees are distributed throughout the site. As you noted, the information provided by the proponent doesn't currently indicate any trees to be retained. Staff have noted in the report just that item, but have noted the applicant is required to identify and incorporate opportunities to retain significant trees on individual lots within boulevards and along the required greenway corridor as part of detailed tree management plan, grading, servicing, and subdivision. So staff have identified that as an item, and it's included as a development prerequisite prior to final, Your Worship.
Okay, do we have any idea how many of those significant trees could be retained as the existing urban forest it is if we wanted to put them into the fourplexes as opposed to putting them into the 500 square foot suburbia layout?
Through Your Worship to Councilor Richter, as Mr. Cooner outlined, the 5,000 square foot minimum lot size minimum is plan compliant. The provincial mandate indicates that up to 4 units are permitted per lot pursuant to provincial legislation. Given that, there's a balancing of council's other component parts wanting rear-loaded lots, adequate road access, adequate fire access, walkways, items like that. With that in mind, staff, as I've indicated here, have noted to the proponent, there appear to be additional opportunities for further tree retention, and we'll be pursuing that should council advance the application.
Okay. I would like to make a motion, but I'll wait until everybody has the opportunity to speak on this one, that we refer this one back to staff to talk to the proponent about concentrating that density in the southernmost portions in order to retain as much as possible of that existing urban forest, and perhaps also providing a need for further density provision if we're going to concentrate it at the southern parts of the lot. The next question that I have, so I just wanted to flag that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that motion, but I'll wait. The report that we got in N3 under the items for information talks about a report that basically says there are some areas of these new neighborhoods that may not support the fire flow capacity that's needed for the smaller lots. Is this one of those areas? Because I'd like to have that checked as well. Is the fire flow capacity supported for the increased density in that area?
Your Worship to Councillor Richter, that we do have internal process and mapping in relation to see where there's adequate infrastructure. Staff can review that item. However, those items would get addressed when, if council were to give this, adopt 3 readings, and the proponent was to give final adoption at a building permit stage. Right now, this would be at a rezoning stage, and item N3, I believe, on the agenda is in relation to schmooze that would be proceeding forward for building permit applications.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to raise that one because that is a concern if we need additional infrastructure down to support this urban plan. Okay, is there anything preventing me, Mr. Cooner, from making a motion to refer this back to staff to work with the proponent to focus on the higher density in the southernmost portions and perhaps an additional density bonus provision to make that happen?
Your Worship to Councillor Richter, no. A referral back to directing that, as you've indicated, to potentially look at, are you looking at alternative land use options and taking into consideration further tree retention?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That referral can be made.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yes, I'm looking at page 2, section 8, subsection C, that talks about the potential clearing of the site. I'm very worried about the amount of significant trees that are going down. And then it says, until such time as final tree management plan incorporating tree retention, replacement, protection, and security. So can we stress to the proponent that we make sure we do it in a responsible manner? The reason I bring this up is because sometimes what you'll see is they'll clear cut the whole thing, and then they'll leave one tree here and one tree there and one tree here, and those significant trees within a couple of years die. So can we make sure that this final tree management plan is not a plan to kill trees later? I worry about that. I've seen that in a few subdivisions. And if they can get really creative with how they can group some trees because of the root systems and that kind of stuff. So is it possible to stress that C is a viable program and not one of convenience for the proponent?
Your worship, to Councillor Bailey, as indicated in the development prerequisite, staff will work with the arborist and ensure there's a provision of a final tree management plan that does incorporate tree retention, replacement, and protection details pursuant to the subdivision development services bylaw, and specifically schedule, I believe it's Schedule 1 tree protection.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just question and thoughts around the volunteer amenity contribution. I recognize that this particular development application is not under the new ACC bylaws, since we don't have that in place at this time, but it is clear, to me at least, that the proposed amenity contribution is based on our ACC bylaw that we've been discussing, as 37 units times single or two family properties would equal exactly that amount of money to the dollar. So what I'm wondering is, and then I'm also hearing at the same time that this could be fourplexes. We potentially could have 37 fourplexes on this property. And we have in our ACC bylaw, which again, this property is not subject to that, but if they were to build 37 of those units under the new ACC bylaw we're discussing, would be actually $2 million in amenity contribution. So I'm wondering, as we work with the proponent, and maybe this is going back to staff, if we have discussions around what exactly is going to be built there, is it going to be 1 and 2 family units, or is it going to be multifamily units put on there, fourplexes? What is actually happening? And maybe the I know it's voluntary amenity contribution, and that's a discussion we have with them, but maybe knowing exactly what they're gonna do there might inform us better as we think about what the contribution should be. Maybe it's a question to staff, but as a comment as to, are we sort of basing it on the proposed ACC bylaw, because it looks like we have been, and yet we don't know exactly what they're developing there. So just a question through to staff on that.
Mr. Cooner, if you could highlight the problem.
Your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, the item is that proponents themselves are volunteering the amount. Staff don't indicate whether the exact amount to offer, so it appears that the offer here and what's been negotiated is more in line with the ACC amount. In relation to some of the concerns, is that those items do get addressed at a building permit stage. If there's any further unit count, they would have to pay additional DCCs, and there are some the legislation that's available to us to have some further control. But right now we're at a land use item, and they volunteered certain amenities based on the proposed rezoning application.
Yeah. Mr. Cooner, can I clarify that with the provincial Bill 44 situation, that in a subdivision like this, they have the legal right to, despite any attempts otherwise, to construct either a single-family home or a fourplex or something in between.
That's correct, pursuant to the legislation.
And that's the province that has done that, not the Township of Langley.
It's provincial legislation.
Yes, that's correct. So The challenge being that, how do you know what they're going to build there? We went through this when the community plans were updated for the second time in 2 years to address the provincial legislation. And so during that process, there was a good, healthy consultation with the community on the two options, which are subdivisions such as this one, or seeing higher density applications that are guaranteed to be higher density, versus the idea that staff have sort of talked about, which is that some will do higher density, they'll do 2 or 3 units, and some will do single-family homes, and then overall, the average will be somewhat the same or lower. The one thing I noted from this one is that they are complying. They're not asking for a variance on the lower site coverage, which allows for more permeous, and that's something that that was done by this council as well. So that's the dilemma in terms of trying to answer your question, exactly what are they going to build there. I also want to confirm again, trying to make sure everything is accurate. Mr. Cooner, maybe you can confirm the assertion that somehow this person would be paying ACCs if ACCs were adopted. They have applied and they're here. ACCs would not be applicable to this application in any event.
That is, they would have in-stream protection.
That's correct, permanent in-stream protection. So the assertion that somehow they would be paying ACCs, if that bylaw were adopted, isn't correct.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't implying that they would be. I guess what I'm saying is that this proposed volunteer managed contribution is based on the policy that they're actually not subject to. And so that's interesting to me, and that this proponent could actually build fourplexes on each property, but the volunteer amenity contribution is based on single-family home on each property. So that was more the point I was making, not that they would be able to choose which policy they're under. I recognize that.
And then can we also clarify, because I think this is good, seeing one of these first ones come through, Mr. Cooner, that if they were to build, please clarify, because if they were to construct 4 dwelling units, they would pay, what would the DCCs be applied to the property versus a single-family home?
My understanding is under the new bylaw and the memo as well, DCC bylaw and the memo that's attached to N3, that they would be charged per unit.
So the DCC, let me clarify that, the DCC bylaw would, I think, capture the concept that they are providing more density than a single-family home if they were to do that. The current community amenity regime, as outlined by the province, is something to continue to be reviewed and worked on.
Thank you.
Councillor Martins?
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize, I think some of these themes have already been touched on, but I just want to be clear for myself on this. With regards to the significant trees on site, being 473, and that 0 of those are being retained. I'm just reading in the report, I keyed in on the page 9, that it says underneath that bar there showing the tree counts. The applicant's required to identify and incorporate opportunities to retain significant trees on individual lots within road boulevards and along the required greenway corridor as part of the detailed tree management plan. It says they're required, but the sentence before that says information provided by the applicant to date indicates no significant trees are proposed to be retained. So I'm inferring in that paragraph that those conversations have already been had with the proponent, and that is where we've landed, that they will not be retaining any trees? Or am I reading that incorrectly if I can through the chair and staff?
Through worship of Council Martins, the information there is reflective of the requirement of the application process where we receive information, we review that with the qualified professionals. In this case, they've elected to provide us this site plan with the amount of significant trees retained being 0. Staff note pursuant to the bylaw and pursuant to a staff review, there appears to be opportunities for more trees to be retained, especially on 32nd Avenue as a greenway, some of those boulevard areas, and on site where there are some relatively larger lots. So staff have specifically outlined that in the language you referenced, as well as per Mr. Cooner's statements previously. As part of the process, we get those detailed reviews. Should council advance a project to 3rd reading, we get those more detailed reviews post 3rd reading. So the development prerequisites provide for a final tree plan, another opportunity to speak to the proponent about that, and another opportunity to finalize those plans and look for additional opportunities for retention. And that's what the bylaw references as well as the staff commentary.
Okay. I'm just wondering though if for our comfort level with regards to the tree retention that we have attempted to retain what we can through the proponent, is it better that we defer this or refer it back to staff to have that conversation so that it then comes back to council so we can hear that process? Because it's, I would assume after this, it's not coming back to us without any sort of motion of council, or if you could clarify the process, that would be great.
Through your worship, Councillor Martins, certainly. So the application will come back to council when it's ready for final readings. The discussion here today, as well as staff's day-to-day work in terms of applying the bylaw and the specific language put in the report, is reflective of what staff have seen as the opportunities for additional tree retention. The proponent likely will listen to the proceedings here today and understand that that's also a direction of council. It's also outlined in the policy context of the community plan and the neighborhood plan. So staff do work on an ongoing basis, as council is aware, to provide for tree retention, but balancing that out with council's other direction with respect to what type of land use they want to see there. So here, council is directed to see rear-loaded lots at 5,000 square feet that can provide for up to 4 dwelling units. So with that sort of housing context, we then work with proponents to preserve as many trees as we can to provide for that balance. That's then reflected in the staff commentary in the report and also the prerequisites specifically.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that clarification. And just moving on, and I acknowledge that it's out of our hands, it's provincial level with regards to whether they put 1 or 4 units on these lots. And I know there was a question earlier at the table with regards to the utility infrastructure. Is that something that has to be further reviewed to see if they did convert these into smooths? We do know that we have the infrastructure, or do we need to check back further?
Your worship, Councilor Martins, would look at our internal mapping, and that process would be essentially done during the building permit stage, not at the rezoning stage.
Okay. So the proponent is also left not knowing for sure whether they can proceed with perhaps what it is they're envisioning until they're further into this process. I'm just wondering, because it would be unfortunate if they spend a lot of time and put a lot of work into it and then they're told, sorry, you're going to have to wait, or I think it's, or pay, which could affect the economics of the application for them.
Your worship, Councilor Martins, they can definitely endeavor with staff and on a preliminary basis have a preliminary application meeting and see whether the infrastructure is there. However, we're at this time, staff are not aware which option they're proceeding with. This is entirely a land use exercise. We're not aware whether they will be proceeding with 1 single family dwelling or a duplex or with 4 units potentially. So that would be entirely with the proponent to inquire with staff and see whether the infrastructure is there to support what they are proposing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, Councillor Richter, go ahead with your referral.
Yes, and perhaps the clerk can advise me on whether it's refer or defer.
In this case, you're going back to staff with referral because you're giving
Okay.
direction.
I would move referral of this application back to staff to work with the proponent on saving as many or as much as possible of the existing urban forest by concentrating the development in the southernmost portion of the property and by providing possible additional bonus density if they do save this forest. And finally, to review the fire flow capacity in the area.
Mr. Bauer, do you have that? Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kunst. Go ahead, Councillor Richard.
Yeah, I appreciate the need for that missing middle housing. But people also need green space and trees to build good environments in their communities. So by saving this forest, I think that we are saving part of the huge, magnificent trees that we're talking about in Brookswood. And also, I think providing a competitive advantage to the proponent in terms of being able to market their units, because who wouldn't want to live beside a forest? So I'm hopeful that council will consider this and at least allow staff to talk with the proponent about whether or not this is indeed possible. I would like to save, if there's 6.9 acres there, maybe we could save half that in trees, and it would still be a viable forest. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. When going through the development application history for this site, I note that this is, I believe, the third, if not fourth, different site layout that the proponent has worked with staff on. And I'm just wondering if staff can comment throughout that process what the conversation has been like around preserving any of these trees, if that's feasible with what the proponent is actually trying to achieve, what sort of housing the proponent has indicated that they would like to provide here. Because obviously with the SMU legislation, yes, you could build a fourplex, which we haven't seen yet in the township, but I wonder if also the proponent has indicated theoretically a single family with basement suite, or a single family on a rear loaded lane with a coach house or a garden suite. So I'm wondering what sort of form and character the proponent has offered or indicated that they might pursue through the three different site layouts that they've discussed with staff.
Through your worship, Councillor Pratt, as you mentioned, there's been some iterations of site planning, but mostly focused on aligning with council's direction in terms of having a grid-like road pattern. Directly to the west is a more front-loaded format. Here we're in a transition, given the current policy context in the Brookswood Fernbridge Plan and the Booth Neighborhood Plan, to have a grid rear-loaded type of a network. So the work with the proponent today has largely been focused on providing for that road network, those lanes, those pedestrian connections that council's indicated they're looking for in the neighborhood. When those are sort of put in place as the framework for that, then in addition to that, we look for, and also, as mentioned before, in conjunction with boulevards, the 32nd Avenue Greenway, the size and shape of the lots, front yards, rear yards, where are those viable opportunities for tree retention? To date, the proponent has forwarded a plan that doesn't show tree retention. Staff have indicated to them we see possibilities for additional tree retention. So we've highlighted that to them, also highlighted that in the report to council, and included it as a development prerequisite, Your Worship.
Thank you. So the conversation would be ongoing, is what I'm hearing.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on the referral. The referral is defeated. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Rentmeyer, Woodward opposed. Now back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on G2. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Why don't we do a 10-minute recess, return here at 4 o'clock, and carry on with G3. Thank you. All right, so I think we'll get back underway here. It's 4 o'clock. Item G3, rezoning application number 100765, bylaw number 6190. Moved by Councillor Rint. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Let's call the question on G3. Can you address that, Ms. Power? Oh, we're on G3. Do you wish to vote on it? Oh, sorry. There was no discussion, but if you wish to speak to it, you can. Great. That carries unanimously. Item G4, 2026 Utilities Budget and Rate Bylaw, bylaw number 6193. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any questions or discussion on this? Councillor Kuntz, go ahead.
So I'm looking at the red numbers in brackets, and we're talking about a reduction in transfer to reserve, which offsets the amount of money that people will be paying for their water this year. Do I have that right?
Dear Worship, to Councillor Kuntz, there's several items that result in the reduction. One of them is a reduction in transfer reserve, and also revenues as well, secondary suite revenues.
But the significant one is really the reduction in the transfer to reserves, right? I mean, if I'm looking at those numbers. So I guess my question is, one of them would be for the Jericho Phase 2 water reservoir, where it says here in the report that the result of elimination of the requirement to fund the second phase, are we not doing Phase 2 of the Jericho water reservoir?
Yep, Phase 2 is definitely planned for, I believe, 2040, 2050, Councillor Ferguson? Yeah, somewhere in there. That agreement agreed to by the previous council, I was successful along with Councillor Ferguson in getting that $12 million payment to Metro nullified and removed.
So then we're not, we don't have to pay for Phase 2?
That's correct. So the 12 million that the previous council agreed to is gone, and the 4 million that was paid has been refunded.
So then the reserve that we're supposed to pay, is that now going into the water utility to offset the costs for the rate?
Yeah, so the previous council increased the levy to make those payments to Metro over 3 years. Now that those payments are not occurring and one has been refunded, and that's been worked out with Metro Vancouver, again, by myself and Councillor Ferguson. I appreciate your effort on that, Councillor Ferguson, as well. Now that payment can be, basically, that was built up by the previous councils, raising those levy rates to pay those. We've got that agreement removed and undone. Again, that money refunded. Now that can be removed from the levy and the savings passed on.
Okay, so will we have that same ability to do that next year?
Mr. Cooner, maybe explain, this is a sort of a one-time thing.
Okay.
Yes,
Base budget adjustment that would be ongoing.
Through your worship to Councillor Kuntz, so essentially there's a reduction in the actual transfer to the reserve, as indicated by yourself as well, that the rationale this year for this reduction is largely offset by the decrease in the contribution required due to the elimination to fund that second phase of Jericho Reservoir that your worship has highlighted with the agreement with Metro Vancouver. So that would be a one-time item this year, that reduction. We would review next year's utility user pay utility proposed budget changes and see whether any further reduction is warranted or not, or whether there is going to be any reduction or potentially even increase. So that would be on a budget by budget. We would consider that every budget cycle to see whether reductions or increases are required.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did I miss a
No,
vote?
go ahead, Councillor Martins. Hold it.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Just a question when I was looking through the attachments here, and it was on page 25. It says Appendix A, and it's actually budget package color coding orientation, which I assume is standard. but I thought it was interesting, when it got down to the items in pink, it says for, during the budget presentation, a summary of projects will be provided, included in the presentation attached. So I'm just wondering, is that something that we can count on? Or are we, as a council, receiving a presentation from staff on the budget? Is that set up? Do we have a date for that, or how does that look this year?
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, the staff are still in the process of actually bringing forward the capital, the universal budget, which will include operating and capital. Staff will review the items, ensure that they're in line with historic practice. We are taking into consideration that right now the budget policy itself has been rescinded, but staff will try to balance all of these items and consider it when bringing it forward.
All right, so thank you for that reminder. So we don't have a budget policy currently of like, about what the process is going to look like, what we can anticipate?
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, the budget policy itself was rescinded.
All right, can we anticipate a presentation from staff on the budget?
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, in the event staff, our council would like the presentation, staff to have more certainty, staff can be given the direction for a budget presentation.
Okay, so we need to request it by motion.
That is correct, to give direction to ensure it's there as staff are preparing the budget for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make that motion when it's appropriate.
Yeah, I think that would be under other business, because that'd be specific to the universal budget. So if you move it under other business, that would be fine.
Thank you.
It's not specific to the utility rates bylaws, but I really appreciate that, and then other business would be the place to do that. Councillor Whitmarsh, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My question relates to the reserve balances as well. I was looking at the chart there, but I was looking more at the sewer and solid waste. In the report, it comments that the sewer currently has an adequate reserve balance to provide for the 2026 to 2030 sewer capital budget. And then under solid waste, it says that there is a reduction in the reserve transfer based on current needs. So I guess what I'm wondering is about the two area of the reserve funds. Is this then therefore considered a temporary adjustment because we have enough in the reserve, but we recognize that a year or two or whatever that might be from now, we'll have to go back to putting money in these reserve funds? Is that sort of seen as a temporary measure? It's almost, between the two of them, it's about a $5 million not contributed to reserves, so I'm just wondering how that is.
Your worship, to Councillor Whitmarsh, it can be characterized as a temporary measure. It would be this utilities proposed budget changes. This is the items we're considering. In the future, we would be considering a 2027 to 2031 potential capital plan. So the capital plan itself may change. There's different items that we may have to take into consideration that may drive up cost for the utility proposed budget changes. So it could be possible that the next utility proposed budget for 2027, there may be an increase to transfer to reserves rather than a reduction.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Mr. Kerr, maybe I think it's a good point. I think it's something that you need to talk a little bit about, and I think we can do that right now. So I would like to ask a question in regards to that. So the rationale for the water, I think, is something that we've touched on here in regards to that Jericho Reservoir Agreement, which has gone away. The sewer side, maybe you could touch a bit on, Mr. Cooner, the situation of accumulating reserves in the sewer utility for unknown, unidentified projects and what that potentially looks like.
Yes, as your worship, we want to ensure that our reserves have healthy balances to fund any infrastructure projects related to that reserve specific purpose. So at this time, the sewer reserve does have adequate balance to fund the current capital plan. But however, as I've indicated earlier as well, is we can't predict what the next year's utility budget proposal is going to be until we go through the exercise and review a further capital plan that also takes into consideration a 5-year outlook. So at this time, there's adequate reserves to cover the capital plans.
Yeah, for that 5-year period.
That is correct, and that 5-year period is always evolving, so we can't predict how it
So
would
if there's
be.
I think what I would certainly agree, because council did ask for this proposal through that motion, to see how it would be addressed to deal with the inequity of a multifamily unit or a townhouse paying the same flat rate as a single-family home. And I think that, and I appreciate the proposal because it addresses that council request. If you have, upwards of tens of millions of dollars in the sewer utility and various reserves, do you continue with the current transfer that may not be necessary, or do you pass that savings on to taxpayers? And that's what council's decision is here today.
Thank you.
Councilor Richter?
Yes, I see that there is an attachment A to this report, which runs from page 5 to page 37, and it's called 2026 Proposed Budget User Pay Utilities. Now, are staff going to go over these at any point, or does this relate back to the question Councillor Martins asked earlier? And I believe the response was that council would have to request a budget presentation.
Your worship to Councillor Richter, my understanding was, unless Councillor Martins can advise otherwise, was Councillor Martins' questions was relating to the 2026 universal budget, capital and operating. This specific report is in relation to the user pay utilities, and that attachment is specifically to the user pay utilities bylaw, and that's the information for council's consideration and review.
So this is really the first time that we're seeing it, and staff haven't really walked us through it.
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, if there's any questions in relation to the attachment of the report, council are available to answer. If council believes that a presentation is necessary, council can direct staff to do that as well.
Okay, well, I don't see why council should have to request a presentation, but as Councillor Martins is going to put a motion on asking for one, I'll certainly support it down the road. Is this the first time the public is seeing this? In what's in our package today on pages, what is it, G4, pages 5 to 37?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, the public was able to access this when the agenda itself was made available to the public.
Okay, so there's really been no public input on this proposed budget on utilities.
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, the public can correspond with or provide written submissions in relation to this bylaw. Historically, there has been no public opportunity for user pay utility bylaws itself, nor is there a requirement under the Local Government Act. And some municipalities have these user pay utilities bylaws under their fees and charges bylaws.
Okay. All right, well, I've got some questions on them. Am I allowed to ask questions on what I read on the charts? Or on the
Go ahead.
slides?
Go ahead, Councilor Richter. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to go to page 1 of the report, and I note that solid waste, the large bins are $426, and the small bins are $326. So why is there $100 differential between a large bin and a small bin?
Through your worship, so the difference in cost also takes into account the fact that we have to run a truck by each residence. So there's still that pickup charge, the labor, equipment costs. I think the difference shows basically what the difference in the tipping would be for the weights in each can.
So it's the tipping fees. All right, so do the public know, for example, I live in a single-family home and I rarely fill my black bin. It's only picked up every 2 weeks anyway. So if I go to a small black bin, I'm going to be paying $100 less in taxes, right?
That's correct, if you went from
That's
the
correct.
240 liter to the 120 liter.
Okay. The chart that you've got on page 2, and I think it's repeated again in the bigger thing here where I may have made more notes on it. Yeah, the 2026 budget changes. So the MFA debt is in there for water, and the admin overhead is in there. And what is the admin overhead for?
The admin overhead is a calculation based on the expenses in each utility that is to cover the costs. It's paid into the universal budget to cover the costs for the administration of the utilities, such as payroll, finance, et cetera, that aren't billed directly into the utilities.
Okay.
I also want to just clarify that. So the MFA debt line item you mentioned is actually a negative number. It's for redemption of a bylaw. Council redeemed a bylaw for debt from the sewer reserves to pass on that savings to ratepayers.
Okay, but if I'm understanding some of the stuff I read earlier, this reduction in transfer to reserves, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because it would seem to me, I'm assuming this is in thousands, so reducing our pay into the sewer reserve to 4.5 million, or by 4.5 million, but what are we replacing that with? Or are we replacing it with anything?
Your worship, to Councillor Richter, just an item for clarification. The was a question in relation to the rationale for the reduction, or was it, is there any?
Well, I'm having trouble understanding the contents of this chart. And that's why a staff presentation on the chart, at least, would have been helpful. But I assume that if we're going to have a budget presentation, I can ask the questions then. Except that tonight, if we pass this, we're saying we're going ahead with this in the 2026 budget. Is that correct?
Your worship, to Councillor Richter, so this is just utilities that is brought forward, utility user fees. So in the event council gives us all 3 readings, then this would come forward for council's consideration for final adoption, and then these user rates would be the utility user rates for residents to pay. The universal budget, including operating capital, is not before council's consideration at this time.
Okay, well, like, when we look at this, for example, this admin overhead, which is, as you said, the cost of admin, we are now requiring the utilities to be paid in April. Is that correct?
The utilities will be due 30 days after the billing date, which should be, sorry, I have to flip to my timeline, which should be March 31st.
Okay, so the billing date is going to be March 31st. So we're actually sending out 2 bills now.
The due date will be March 31st.
March, oh, the due
For the
date.
flat rate utilities.
Due date is March 31st. Okay, so
And
we've
sorry
had,
to jump in on this, just that would, the timeline provided is based on the fact that if all 3 readings were given today and final adoption was given on the 9th. In the event that's not provided, then that date would not be March 31st.
okay, well, I guess the question that I'm asking, we've done this now for a year. It was, I guess, came out of the blue and kind of caught a lot of people off guard, and it's an inconvenience to them when they were used to paying everything by July 2nd. They got the one bill, which included their property taxes, and then they also had on their property taxes their utility costs. And it was one check, one day, done deal, very convenient for them. Now they're having to do 2 checks, one for the due date of March 31st, and the other one for the taxes due date of July 2nd. Or I don't know if it's the 2nd or the 3rd or the 4th this year. So us sending out two sets of bills must be increasing the cost of the admin there, is it? The admin overhead?
To your worship, Councillor Richter, the admin overhead is not related to that specific item, and I'll just have Ms. Ruff confirm that.
That is correct.
Okay. The second thing is, so we can't, can we change this back? Do we have the option to put a motion forward to roll the due date from March 31st, 2026 to whatever that first Monday in July is, 2026? So it's sort of one bill, one check from the taxpayer.
To your worship, Councillor Richter, theoretically, yes, council can change the due date, but the way to do it would be essentially to defer adopting the final bylaw, because once the bylaw is adopted, that's what triggers the statements to be mailed out, and then the date to when the statements are due.
Okay. The other question is, why, like, do we have to remit the utilities that are due to Metro in March or in April? Or do we remit them in July?
To your worship, Councillor Richter, it's based on use in relation to Metro, but the exact date, I'll just refer to Ms. Ruff.
So the largest billing in here would be water, which is billed, I believe, monthly.
Okay,
But we're
so
already paying.
we're already paying it, but are we paying Metro monthly?
Yes.
We are. Okay, but we don't necessarily have all the monies coming in to pay them monthly.
Correct.
So if we're gonna start collecting these monies in March, why do we need, like, the revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw to be 50 million? It's double what it used to be of 25 million.
To your worship, Councillor Richter, that's a separate item. That's in relation to the operating revenues of the general municipality to townships, not specific to user pay utilities. And that's more specific to property taxing as we receive that revenue in July.
Okay. So there's nothing preventing us from changing it back to the one bill in July, well, it goes out, what, the end of May, but due in July? Nothing preventing us from doing that.
To your worship, Councillor Richter, if council gives direction and refers this item back, then the staff would essentially adhere to that direction and do one billing.
Okay. Now, in G1, which we didn't deal with today because we deferred it, debt repayment contributions from DCCs is not allowed. So, and this is on page 9, slide 5, I think it is. Are we allowed to do debt repayment from DCCs? I know that's G1 and we've deferred G1. But is that something we're legally allowed to do?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, G1 was given all 3 readings.
G1?
The development cost charges bylaw was given all 3 readings. It was not deferred.
Oh, okay. So you're allowed to do that now. All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yeah, I know a lot's been said already, so I think it's a win-win-win for the Township of Lang. Just some housekeeping questions. Currently, we have in process, again, through policy and through motions, a 2 system is being proposed. Is that correct? Not correct? 2 bill system?
Correct. People can opt into metered or flat, so they're on a different billing timing.
Okay, so, but we're not alone in having other municipalities have a 2 bill system. I know through the family, we pay another jurisdiction within Metro, we pay, actually, I think it's 3 bills we pay per year.
I believe Council Person, we're one of the last municipalities in Metro Vancouver to make this transition.
That's what I thought. That's why it's a housekeeping thing. We're one of the last. Well, other than I hope we don't go to 3 bills, but as my friends in Vancouver. Anyway, my next thing is through connections, through delegation, through letters, emails, phone calls, everything. There's been an awful lot of folks that have been asking questions and putting in input regarding how they would handle their water and how they would pay their water bill. That's another way that we've gleaned information off the public. Is that not correct? Is that correct?
We always, we do get a lot of input from public and what they're seeing in other areas here.
So knowing that, and I understand some of the delegation, I would hope that many of them would be happy that we're going this direction and making the changes given, and also the changes that may indeed be helpful for them in the future, if I may.
All individuals can have a different perspective, so.
Okay, so, I mean, I just see the fact that there's changes made. We've been asked to make some changes. It's been very difficult over the years because the way the system has always worked for us. Also, the main driver for budget changes is Metro Vancouver Water is increasing, will probably continue to increase because they've consistently said that their prices are too low as compared to other major regions, whether it's Seattle, Toronto, Calgary, and the list goes on and on. I think we are one of the cheapest, if not delivery of water to the public. That's correct as well?
I don't have any direct comparisons, but that is what they often do.
Well, that's what we
say.
hear at Metro. And again, with the work that mostly Mayor Woodward, and to a lesser degree myself, working with to get the reservoirs reduced and changed, and we're going to continue with that as we move along. But anyway, those are my points. I think it's, as I said, in conclusion, I think it's a win-win-win for the public. Thank you.
Councilor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification. Looking at the report, the proposed budget user pay utilities report, and I've gone down to page 12, which is the Metro Vancouver Water, Metro Vancouver Sewerage and Drainage. I noticed in our budget for this, we're proposing that the water cost will increase, Metro water costs will increase by $2.7 million this year. My first question is, what is the total amount that we are spending for Metro water currently? Like this is an increase of $2.7 million, at least I understand it that way. What is the current amount that we spend for water?
That would be about 18.9 million annually.
18.9 million, and it's going up by almost 3 million.
Oh, sorry, it'll be 18.9 at the end with this increase. It was 16.1
Okay,
previously.
so 3 of 16 is about a fifth, so about 20, so almost a 20, that's almost a 20% increase in cost. Is that, I mean, I'm doing rough math in my head. Is that 16 or 18%? Maybe it's 18%. 3 million on 16 million is about 18%. So is that right, that we have an 18% increase in the cost of Metro water from one year to the next?
Each year, our engineering department gives us their analysis on water usage. It can vary based on temperatures. And then this year, I believe, was the first year in a long time that we've had a off-peak increase in the rate. Normally, we get a peak increase. It's a blended rate we use when we're doing the budget.
Okay,
So I think this was the first year Water pointed out to me that we've had an increase in a long time, that we've had an increase from Metro in the off-peak, which is, we use a lot more of that water,
And
so.
I think it's also important to note that there's more businesses, industrial properties, and people. So that will drive the need for more water.
Okay, fair enough. It's not just, yeah, it's not just an increase in cost being a percentage increase. It's actually also in the number of users. Fair enough. I just am looking at the chart here, and it shows next year 6.4% and then 3 and then so on. And I guess 2 and 3% maybe more reasonable. Fairly substantial increases to our budget for water year by year. And then I look over to the other side and I see sewage and drainage, and we got percentages fairly low into next year, but then 10%, 9%, and 13%. They've seen fairly significant increases from Metro Vancouver, and I'm wondering, is that come from them, that this is what they're going to increase for us? This is what they're expecting, that in 2028, we're gonna pay 10% more, and then in 2030, we're gonna pay another 13. Is that coming from Metro Vancouver, or is that from us, combined with our growth, kind of looking at what we think it might be, combined with increased rates from Metro Vancouver?
Your worship to Councillor Whitmar, so these are based on estimates provided by Metro Vancouver.
Yeah, and you can directly attribute a lot of that, Councillor Ferguson can confirm, you can directly attribute a lot of that to the Iona project that's currently slated at around 11 billion.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, thank you.
And the formula currently in place, which many of us disagree with, including the city of Surrey, that 75% of any overages are covered by the region, not people using the wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, I agree with you, that's a problem.
So that's a problem when that formula is created, when the projects are a certain cost, and now that they're at this cost, with lots of federal regulations requiring these upgrades with no federal support to come along. No support to come along with those mandates. That creates what's happening in regards to the DCC, but also the assist factors and other issues that Metro is facing around how it's going to fund these projects when no options are given to it by senior levels of government.
Thank you.
Councillor Martins.
Thank you. Just going back to the difference now in the flat rate for water, depending on a multifamily versus a single family. And so I'm happy to see that this amendment's been made here to separate out the two. I would just appreciate, if I can through the chair to staff, if you can refresh my memory. I feel like when we as a council voted for this to be looked into further, I thought we had authorized a significant, well, it's significant, I guess, is depends on what you're talking about, but to retain an external consultant to review this further. And I don't know if I remember that correctly, but I'm curious if we have received some sort of report back from them. I think it was $75,000 or $100,000 that we had committed to that.
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, that is correct. Council did authorize some funding in relation to retaining external consultants. I believe the resolution itself was a bit vague in nature of whether a report was to come forward, but in any event, the update to council is that there has been some consultation with external consultants with this utility budget. However, there's no report or memo that was provided, and I can just have Finance Ms. Ruff confirm that, but there was consultation done in relation to these utility budgets and just ensuring that the models and the systems were reflective of some of the directions that staff were proposing to council.
That is correct. We work closely with Urban Systems to help us rebuild a model that would reflect these changes that council had requested.
All right. And so maybe some of these questions that are being asked, I'm just wondering about like regional examples. Like, is there any sort of document or anything in writing about their analysis or how they arrived at these recommended figures?
So to your worship, to councilors, staff themselves, finance has internal models already that are able to, that take into consideration some of the, as mentioned here, regional costs, whether that's water purchases and liquid waste, and items like that. So the consultants will essentially work with our existing model and provide other further information, whether it's other municipality rates or any other methodology that is used by neighboring municipalities.
Yeah, and I guess that's my question, is that feedback that they gave us with, as you said, the comparators and methodology, is that available to look at?
So we do have some information from them that one of our issues became that I believe our last direction was given in December. And so we've had to work very quickly with them, so some of it has not been formalized at this point. But we can look at that. A lot of the direction they gave us was to go with the American Water Works, et cetera, information, but we can look into formalizing some of that discussion.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be helpful, you know, retaining a consultant, it would be nice to know what their feedback was. I don't need to get too far into the weeds with it, but just kind of understanding the items that they identified could use some work or, you know, suggestion on how to go about it. That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that maybe a motion would be required for that. I view the staff report as more than sufficient. Councilor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, I'm assuming that I'm
Yes, go
not
ahead.
breaking any rules by
Just hold on,
making.
Councilor, I also do have 2 amendments, but if you have a referral or other amendment, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we return the utilities due date to the same due date as the property taxes. And this is from page 6. The slide there on page 6. So that's my motion. So
That's an
the
amendment.
utilities due date is returned to the same date as the property taxes due date.
And is that an amendment to the first, second, and third reading?
I guess it would be.
Mr. Cooner, maybe you can assist. Are you looking for a referral motion
Yes.
or an amendment at this point?
To your worship, my understanding was that you would refer it back to staff to bring the utility budget rate bylaw forward and ensure that it's one statement the same as property tax. Or the due date would be the same as the property tax. Is that the intent? So it'd be referred back to staff.
The motion is to return the utilities due date to the same date as the property taxes due date.
It is. The due date is the due date of the bylaw.
So are you saying that you're fine with the statement going out in the March timeframe, but you want the due date to be July?
I don't even think we should be sending the statement in March. I think that's postage we could save.
Well, the bill's gonna go out, so you want to send it up with the property tax statement?
No, I want people to be able to pay it when they pay their property taxes, as they've always done in this community.
Yeah, so I think that there's confusion. Are you looking to have the second statement with the same due date, or are you looking to put it back onto the property tax statement?
I don't think there's any confusion. I think the confusion might be in whether it's an amendment, which I didn't consider this to be amendment. Well, we can treat it as an amendment. It's on the topic, but basically saying we change the due date for utilities to the same date as the property taxes.
Mr. Cooner, do you have something?
Yeah, we're procedurally just trying to understand the item as well as the due date itself is not in the bylaw specifically. And the mechanism here is that you would give 3 readings. Once the 3 readings are given and final adoption is given, that would trigger the statements. So it's not expressly within the bylaw itself. It's just a practice and procedure that once the final adoption is given.
Excuse me, can you just clarify that? I may have missed it. So this bylaw only gets 3 readings, it doesn't get a 4th reading?
It does get a fourth reading, but right now it's before council for 3 readings. So then once 3 readings are granted, and it comes back to council for final adoption as indicated, then the statements would be mailed. Then once the statements are mailed, a due date will be triggered. So it's not specifically in the bylaw itself, the due date. It's the triggering event is the final adoption of the bylaw.
Okay, so the final adoption of the bylaw, I'm assuming, is gonna be back probably next meeting, is that correct?
That is correct. The bylaws come in for final adoption in the event 3
Okay,
readings are granted this
but I
meeting.
can make this motion this meeting. Okay, then I make that motion.
You can make that motion this meeting, but you can't make it now because we're in the middle of first, second, and third. We've already moved that. This motion is unrelated itself to the bylaw. So we need to dispose of the issue with the bylaw, and then you may make a motion to say the payment of said bylaw. It's just that we can't do it. It's
Okay.
not amending the bylaw, and we need to dispose of the bylaw issue first.
Okay.
All right, so there was no seconder, Ms. Bauer, so we can maybe look to come back to that after the first, second, and third reading is addressed. Seeing no other speakers, Ms. Bauer, if you could briefly bring up my First Amendment. Yeah, so I'd like to move that the bylaw be amended with a $5 reduction for water rates for single family, resulting in a revised flat annual water rate of $7.79 with subsequent applicable adjustments, seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any other questions or discussion? This is a little bit more of a reduction. Councillor Martins?
Not that I'm complaining about a reduction, I'm just wondering the rationale to land on that amount.
It's just to go a little bit further, to bring the amount for both down a little bit further for single family, just to bring it down just a little bit further. All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Ms. Bauer, the second one, please. Yeah, this one here is to make an amendment for the infrastructure fee, annual fee for 2 meter sizes to these changed rates. Now I'll direct you to page, I forget what page this is on. This is on page 40 and 41 of the report. So I'll move this. They're seconded by Councillor Rent. These are reducing the 5235 and the 6663 for these 2 meter sizes to these 2 amounts. Is there any questions? 40 and 41. So this will reduce the amounts for these 2 meter sizes that are outlined here in this report to these amounts, which are approximately half or a little bit more than half of the amount proposed. It's under metered water rates and metered sewer rates in the middle of the page, and the meter sizes are outlined there. So the first 5235 would change to 3271, and 6663 for 100 meters would change to 3752. Mr. Cooter, maybe you could help. We did discuss some of the issues around this transition that's going on. It maybe should be spread out over a larger number of years. Maybe you could answer that question for us.
Yes, as indicated in the report itself, the annual water and sewer infrastructure charges have been updated to reflect the ratios that are recommended by the American Water Works Association. So essentially this would, specifically for the 75 and 100 water and sewer rates, this would decrease that. And then we could look at potentially gradually introducing the ratios that are recommended by the American Water Works Association as compared to the previous years. The rates did experience an increase already.
So just further clarification on that, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Richter.
All right, so how many 75 millimeter pipes and how many 100 millimeter pipes do we have? How many homes do those represent?
Mr. Cooner, do you have that handy? Would you have to get back to the one?
To your worship, to Councilor Richt, I'd have to get back to the exact figure, but these are larger pipes. These are more than likely not single-family homes or townhouse sites. These would more than likely be large stratas or commercial or industrial. And I'll just get Mr. Wool to confirm that based on the piping size.
Okay, so the vast majority, save single-family homes, are gonna be on what, a 50 millimeter pipe?
I believe off the top of my head, vast majority would be on a 19. Is it 19 and then a 27? I'll just refer to Mr. Rule on that.
Yeah, through your worship, the majority of single-family homes would be on a 25 millimeter or 19 millimeter, depending on when they were constructed.
Okay. So again, we've got how many categories here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 categories of millimeter pipe size. Why just these 2 categories?
I believe that the response to that would be that there's quite a significant difference between 50 millimeter and 75 and 100, and then looking to smooth that out. So these recommendations are based on the criteria that staff had mentioned. I think it's prudent for council to perhaps review this again next year, but mitigate the increase for those meter sizes for this year.
Okay, thank you.
And potentially spread out that transition over a longer number of years. Margaret, Councilor Coates, go ahead. Got your full name on the screen, so Councilor Coates, go ahead.
Yeah, so how does that show up on a, sort of on a property tax? So like, it would be nice if people knew that that was a reduction. So how will they know that, hey, you know, this is a reduction? Where would they see that?
Your worship, Councilor Kuntz, essentially in relation to the utility statement, they would compare it to last year's statement as well, and they'll be able to compare some of the water, sewer, and connection fees as well, and see that there is a difference in the number that they are paying.
Okay.
Councilor Martins?
Yeah, thank you. Just carrying on for a little more clarification. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, you're okay. Just for clarification on the size of the pipes. So I think you mentioned the likely single-family dwelling for the first 2 numbers. When we're looking at I'm thinking condominium buildings, perhaps low-rise versus tower. I don't know if there's a difference. Where do they land on this chart, approximately?
To your worship, Councilor Martins, I believe depending on the size, whether it's a 200, 300, or 400 unit strata corporation or apartment building, it would depend. But I believe the larger ones would fall under 75 and 100. I'll just refer to Mr. Rule. The smaller apartment buildings would be 50 pipe size.
Through your worship, yeah, that's correct. Typically, we're going to see the sizes ranging from 37 to up around 100, and all depending on number of units and uses.
Okay, so just thinking who's going to benefit from this change? We're looking at the larger condominium buildings likely that will benefit from this, and what other building types might fall into these categories?
To your worship, Councilor Martins, it would be commercial, industrial, potentially.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I call the question on that amendment. That carries unanimously. Back to G4 as amended. Ms. Barber, you could bring down that amendment, please. Yeah. Is there any other discussion on G4? No. So I want to reiterate my thanks from behalf of all of council on this bylaw as we transition through the voluntary water metering program with some on, some off, and finding ways to, I think, address affordability issues around our utility rates, which are a bit high based upon the previous years of the reserve transfer being increased and what Metro Vancouver has done, especially on the sewer side, beyond our control. So I think we're responding as best we can also to what we heard loud and clear from a couple of the delegates, and I think rightfully so. I've met with multiple multifamily residents who are asking a very good question. Why are they paying the same flat rate as a single-family home? So we're working on that issue here this year, and I think more work to be done future years by the next council. And I very much appreciate staff's willingness to respond very quickly, as Ms. Ruff mentioned, around council's direction, trying to be responsive to the community and trying to come forward with, not pushing this off to future years, but dealing with the issue now as much as we can, while ensuring that we continue to accumulate money into reserves for future projects, which is still, I think, just under 10 million a year. So I think finding again that right balance between passing on affordability as we can through these reductions, which are quite significant, and also ensuring that we're continuing to plan for the future. So with that, I'll call the question on G4 as amended. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Let's see here. Bylaws for first, second, third, and final reading. I1, rezoning application. I think, Councillor Richter, your motion could be addressed under other business, similar to Councillor Martins's. Yes, and that's correct, and we can address that under other business. So we're going to move on to I1, bylaws for first, second, third, and final rezoning application number 100795, bylaw number 6187. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any other questions or discussion? Councillor Richter.
This is I1, correct?
That's correct. All right, seeing no questions, I'll call the question on I1. That carries unanimously. Bylaws for final adoption, 2026 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 6188. I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any questions, discussion? J1, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we need the 50 million in revenue anticipation borrowing.
Your Worship, Councillor Richter, this is a standard process we go through every year in relation to the revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw, and which is allowed in the Local Government Act. This year we have increased it from 25 to 50, as historically we've been using the 25 million figure, and that's been for several years as our budget has expanded and almost has doubled in nature, doubled in size. So therefore, to reflect that budget amount as well, we've indicated $50 million as an appropriate figure.
Okay, this is the second year we've had the 50 million, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, and did we eat into that 50 million at all this year?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, we have not used it, and I believe historically we don't recall the last time it was used, unless Ms. Ruff does remember.
We can't find evidence of it being used, but it is there as a fallback position.
Okay, but did we ever need 50 million?
We've never used any of it at any point in time that we can determine.
Okay. So we would be okay with 25 million then?
Staff's recommendation at this time would be 50 million. However, if council were to provide directions to reduce that figure, then staff would take that into consideration.
So can I move an amendment?
I think it's final adoption. Ms. Bauer, maybe you could speak to that.
Amendments would need to have third reading repealed, then amend it, and then bring it back.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, Ms. Bauer, the process for that would be to file reconsideration of third reading, is that correct? Yeah, and I think that's a 30-day sort of standard idea around that. Does that apply here, or is that applicable at any time?
The mayor has the option of 30 days. A councillor made the motion, it would be on the next, they would have to make it for the next agenda, and it would be, there's no automatic, council would have to approve reconsideration and then do reconsideration, but we couldn't bring it back at this meeting.
Yeah, so the process would be to move reconsideration of third reading and file that for the next meeting.
That's right.
That's correct. Okay. With that, I'll call the question on J1. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. J2, bylaw, building bylaw amendment, bylaw number 6169, moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on J2? Seeing none, call the question on J2. That carries unanimously. J3, voluntary water metering bylaw updates, bylaw number 6180, 6181, 6182, moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Questions on discussion J3? Seeing none, call the question on J3. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. J4, official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 100262, bylaw number 5955, 5956. Moved by Councillor Rint, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Questions or discussion? Seeing none, call the question on J4. That carries unanimously. Does anybody wish to make a mayor and council report? You have a Metro report? Go ahead, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead.
Okay, before staff brings the next item up, I just wanted to bring a couple of things to council's attention. A really positive thing, as we all know at this table, that Langley Township plays a very large role in Metro Vancouver. I was just talking to Mr. Rule, the manager, about what's going on, and their staff are aware. We have a liquid waste plant being built by Metro Vancouver. It's actually an extension of a larger, and it's going to serve both the Maple Ridge, Pitt Meadows, Surrey, and ourselves, and that's ongoing. And we also have a transfer station, as I've talked to Mr. Rule as well, that's going to be proceeding with virtually a brand new transportation up at the current location on 272nd there. Another positive thing, and that's comparable to some of the other transportations that have been built throughout the region. So another positive thing. We also are leaders in recycling throughout the whole country. We lead as far as recycling and reusing and other things, so there's another positive things. I did want to also point out, boy, this is a great report. I'm just so excited that we also had an agreement with Vancouver Landfill. The contract was signed with the City of Delta and Vancouver, and from what I understand from that is that we are going to be saving in the hundreds of millions of dollars, because that agreement, which has been negotiated for several years, took a while, is going to be saving hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayers of the region. Now, if I may, I have a little video from Metro Vancouver Parks, if it's there. I brought it. It should be somewhere.
In Metro Vancouver, we're surrounded by world-class natural beauty. Our regional park system is a vital part of that beauty, giving us incredible places to relax, explore, and reconnect. But beyond recreation, these parks are essential, providing a wide range of critical habitat for wildlife, allowing them to thrive and raise their young. This is the necessity of nature we protect. Metro Vancouver manages these regional parks to ensure both nature's resilience and people's access to the outdoors. Finding that balance is at the core of our commitment to protect and connect. Just like people, nature is strongest when connected. Our regional parks tie into a larger system of protected areas that include municipal parks, provincial parks, watersheds, and other green spaces, all working together to safeguard our natural heritage. Metro Vancouver is committed to working alongside First Nations. This journey includes weaving their stories and knowledge into regional parks. Research shows that spending time in nature boosts mental and physical well-being, and regional parks offer the perfect escape for all residents of our region. Metro Vancouver is protecting vital natural areas and connecting people to nature for today and for generations to come. Find a regional park near you at metrovancouver.org.
Mr. Mayor. I get excited every time I had to show that video, every time I go to a parks meeting or anytime I visit a park in the region. The very, very last photo was Campbell Valley with over 1 million visitors last year. So that's my report, Mr. Mayor, and very excited about what's happening with Metro Vancouver and the Township of Langley.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. If it's time for a Metro Vancouver report, I'd like to provide a short one as well, sitting on Metro Vancouver Housing as well as Metro Vancouver's Performance and Audit Committee. Out of the Metro Vancouver Housing Committee, we approved at the last meeting the 2026 forward-looking 10-year plan for Metro Vancouver Housing. It's important. There is a small tax requisition that goes to the housing provider from all of us. Obviously, Langley Township and I believe the two Langleys combined don't have any Metro Vancouver housing in their jurisdictions. However, as Councillor Ferguson highlighted, we do definitely benefit from a very high proportion of Metro Vancouver's beautiful parks. So exciting plan that the Metro Vancouver Housing Committee has looked at, growing their portfolio by over 2,000 homes, so a significant expansion there. And then in the Performance and Audit Committee, we discussed something that's been very much in the news recently, obviously the Metro Vancouver DCC program and update, as well as the review framework for the financial policies that Metro Vancouver has moving forward. So lots of work underway there. And another exciting mention about Campbell Valley is that TransLink is looking at providing service to Campbell Valley for the first time. So people who are typically unable to access it because they either don't have a car or don't drive or whatnot, have accessibility issues, will be this summer able to access Campbell Valley Regional Park.
All right, thanks for that. Seeing no other reports, I just will highlight, yesterday I did have a chance to stop by the TransLink's public consultation for bus rapid transit on 200 Street, and there's 3 more sessions. I believe one has been added in Langley City, which I think is fantastic. More consultation, the better. And I would encourage every member of the public to have a chance to go by and have a look at it. They do have a lot of good information, and TransLink staff, they're able to answer any questions. So I would encourage everyone to go by and provide their input to us as well if they have any concerns about any proposed designs around the township roads. Ultimately, this does go on mostly township roads except for the 202 roundabout. And we'll have significant ability to impact and have a lot of great input here at the council table next term, whoever that is, to see great direction and great input reflected in maybe some changes. So I think the input does matter a lot. So I really encourage everyone and the members of the public and everyone here to go by and have a look at it. There's lots of good design work and consultation underway. So that's any other reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to items for information. Does anybody have any questions regarding any item for information? Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have questions on 2 items. N7, 2025 Audit Planning Report from KPMG. I thought it was interesting on page 11 of the report, there's a slide, looks like a slide, called Required Inquiries of the Council. And in particular, the middle category, inquiries regarding processes. I'll just read it out. Is the council aware of tips or complaints regarding Township of Langley's financial reporting, including those received through the internal whistleblower program, if such program exists? If so, what was the council's response to such tips and complaints? So my first question, if I can through the chair to staff, is do we have a whistleblower program in the Township of Langley?
We don't have an overt whistleblower program. The members of the public can reach out to us. They could reach out to council, or they could reach out to our auditors if they have an issue.
Okay, so it is accessible then. Okay, and then if they have an issue, then how is that handled since we don't have a policy? I know some other municipalities in the region do have different certain models. One, Office of Auditor General, Integrity Commissioner for council. That's in Vancouver. Richmond has an anti-fraud policy, and it reports to managers in HR. How are those complaints handled?
I mean, I know from discussions with our auditors about this, anytime they have an issue, they respond to them and address them and address them with myself. As for other more formal policies, that would generally end up, I'm assuming if council directed to establish a policy, we'd have to do that.
Okay, alrighty. All right, and, okay, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, because what I do see in the research I've done for the region is that the complaints should not flow through council or the politicians. It should be handled at the staff level. So it sounds like that is what we are doing. Is that correct?
That is what we would do. Again, we haven't had one that's come directly to staff. I mean, people respond to the budget questionnaires, et cetera, but we haven't had a question about a financial practice. But yes, we would handle it at the staff level and then probably at the CAO level and inform council if necessary.
All right, thank you. One other question from that same report. It's page 8, and it talks about the components that were subject to the audit, and they're listed under that are the Corporation of the Township of Langley, Langley Facility Society, and the 10 Feet Sports and Entertainment. And then it says components not subject to audit procedures, the Township of Langley Housing Trust Society. If I could, through the chair to staff, could you clarify why that society is not subject to the audit process?
In the past, it's not been material to the audit. Staff are working with our auditors. We recommend that it becomes part of the audit, but it was not part of our original contract, so we're working with the auditors at this time.
Okay, does that require a motion of council to have it added, or is that already underway?
Staff are proceeding with that at this time. We believe that it will become material as it moves forward anyways, so we've decided to try and move forward with that at this time.
Okay, so the financials for the housing trust, are they available to the public? What does that look like if people have questions about it?
Your worship to Councillor Martin, so the item here before us is, this is a 2025 audit for the Township of Langley. That would be probably considered for the 2026 for the Township of Langley. Specifically, the Housing Trust Society is a society in its own corporate entity, so any request for financial statements for that entity would essentially have to go directly to that society itself. Any questions in relation to the township and township's relationship with the entity would go to the Township of Langley.
Okay, my understanding is with the society, it doesn't fall under the same legislation, the FOI legislation, as a society. It goes through, I think it's PIPA, or there's different rules that apply for people. I'm just wondering how people would request that information.
The society is its own corporate entity and governed by the Societies Act, where the corporation, the Township of Langley, is a local government corporation, which would be subject to FOI and the FOIPA.
Okay. And I guess about the housing trust as well, I think it'd be helpful to have clarification, because I know this message is out there in the public realm, that any debt taken on by the Langley Housing Trust Authority goes towards the township's debt ceiling. Is that in fact the case? And then if so, what sort of reporting is there to council so that we are mindful of the total potential debt if we're approaching ceiling?
At your worship to Councillor Martin's, essentially anything in relation to debt for the Township of Langley or anything that affects the debt ceiling would be brought to council's attention during the budget process. I believe there's a specific even slide in relation to what currently has been borrowed with the debt ceiling is, and that would be brought to council's attention unless Ms. Ruff has anything further to add.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Cooner, that would be really good to get that, because, you know, I saw that similar item, which I believe now has been taken down because it was inaccurate. And so I think we have to be very cautious to be reflecting information that we see that's inaccurate, being distributed to the public, I think for a very clear agenda. The Housing Trust does not have a net impact on the borrowing limit for the Township of Langley, and it's unfortunate when, people distribute information that isn't factual. And so I think it's really critical that we get that information through the staff process, and rely less on the blog process and reflecting that here at the council table. Councilor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you. I just want to be clear on what you just said, so that my information is accurate. So you're saying that any funds borrowed by the Housing Trust Society, that separate entity, do not go towards the total debt ceiling? Or,
No, what I said was they do not have a net impact on the borrowing limit for the township.
but is there not an impact if we're approaching the ceiling with the numbers combined?
And I think these are great questions that can be addressed during the budget process when we have that information in front of us and can be provided, because I think that has to be answered. And I think it's appropriate that staff have a heads up now to make sure that that's outlined in sufficient detail. I would caution the public to, again, continue to consume information that they get from individuals that just don't know what they're talking about.
Okay, so I'm here asking the question so that I can get the right information. So does the budget process include anticipated borrowing or authorized borrowing, or only the actual money borrowed?
Mr. Cooner, do you anticipate?
Your Worship, Council members, we'd be providing information related to debt during the budget processing, whether that's what's been authorized, what's actually been borrowed, and what the debt servicing is, and what the debt servicing limits are.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I'll move on. And I relatively quickly here, N8, the draft financial plan and the results of the public consultation. I just wanted to quickly highlight, I'm just going to go to that report. 1 second. Yeah, and this is a great process, and I like hearing the public feedback, and I understand it is limited versus how many people are actually, households are affected. But it was pretty apparent the top 3 most important issues facing our community that feel should receive the greatest attention from our local leaders. And I'd just like to highlight the top 3 were pretty clear. Transportation and streets was number 1 with 50.1% of the responses. Crime and policing, 45.95%, which is why I've mentioned that one a couple times in this meeting. That's a pretty clear message. Followed by community facilities, 30.77%. So it's important for us to see this, to read this, and to know where we should focus our efforts. So thank you to staff for putting together that survey and then packaging up all the information so that we could review it. And it gives us good direction moving forward. Thank you.
Let's carry on here. Yeah, Councilor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to number 7 as well. And I recall in previous years, the auditors would come and do a presentation to council on their findings. Now, is this report that's in front of us right now their findings, or what, or the framework that they're working with that they're going to report back to us on when they give us the audited financial statements?
To your Worship, Councilor Richter, this is the audit planning report for council ending for the end of the year for 2025. My understanding is that historically the auditors are usually available for questions, but they do not do a presentation for council or provide findings to council unless Ms. Ruff. My understanding is different.
Okay, so is this what they've found, or is this just what they're planning to look for?
To your Worship, to Councilor Richter, this is their report.
This is their report, okay. So do we know why they chose 13 million as their materiality point? Because that seems awfully high. And is that for, there's categories here, risk of fraud or risk of error, or both?
It is for risk of error. We don't assume risk of fraud. it would fall into that category. If there was fraud, it would be an error. This is their plan, so they follow a mechanical methodology that they use to determine their materiality levels.
Okay. So we're not having the auditors actually come to a meeting anymore to present their financial statements?
This is just the planning memo for them to undertake the audit. They will be here when we present the financial statements to answer questions.
Thank you. I had one more question, and I note that there's a long list of minutes under N11 through to N15. And I had a question the other day regarding the new accessibility committee. Do their minutes ever come to council? And I didn't know the answer, I just thought I should.
Your worship to Councillor Richter, they're not a committee of council.
But I thought council had to strike them. I know they're not a committee of council, but I thought council had to strike the committee or form the committee.
Your worship to Councillor Richter, it's staff-led but provincial requirement, and the minutes wouldn't be forwarded to council for approval.
Okay, so, but I know they do have quarterly meetings. Is there any way we can get their past records of those meetings?
Your worship to Councillor Richter, if council requests us to obtain those minutes or records and provide that to council, staff can definitely endeavor to do that.
So is that going to require a notice of motion then?
To your worship to Councillor Richter, if you just would like the minutes of that, I think staff can just obtain those minutes and send it to council, all of council.
Yeah, I think it would be good for council because, of course, the members of that committee are part of our community and they're now asking if we ever see anything they do. I think that's a valid question for them to ask. So can we get their minutes? Or
There's been
notes?
lots of nodding heads, so I think that they'll go ahead and put them on the subsequent agendas.
We'll route them back through the development, we'll route them through a distribution list for you.
Oh, great, thank you.
Councillor Pratt, or Councillor Kuntz, no, oh my God, Councillor
Yep.
Kuntz, go ahead. Yeah.
Councillor Kuntz. Have we done any, I don't recall, N9, the swim safety program. Did we determine what we're gonna do? I just don't wanna leave it and then.
Yeah, I think, given that it's on the agenda on information, you could process the memo, or we could discuss both under other business. That would be fine as well.
Sure, okay. I'll do it under other
Yeah,
business.
I think we discuss that under other business. That'd be good. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just in relation to N4, I was wondering if staff could provide any further clarification. Obviously, the two applications to the Canada Water Agency being denied due to program oversubscription makes sense. I was just wondering if there was any further clarification provided by the British government of BC as to why we were denied for the disaster resilience and innovation funding program for Bedford Channel dredging.
Your worship to Councillor Pratt, so essentially their characterization of the denial was that it doesn't align with the program purposes. So the item that staff are finding difficult is the uniqueness of this project sometimes is not aligned with some of the items that are set out within the agency's guidelines or policies. So it's been a bit difficult in relation to being successful in some of these grants, and however, as indicated, some of them are just oversubscribed. And Mr. Will might be able to provide a bit more further detail.
Yes, thank you. Through your worship, so some of the details of the response we got back from the province is that they don't see dredging as flooding mitigation method, so, because it's not permanent.
Good to know. Thank you. That's going to be challenging. Appreciate it.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yes, thank you, if I may. I just wanted to repeat again what Councillor Pratt has already done. I'm just thinking out loud, the Bedford Channel dredging update. there is, I guess it's up to Kwantlen to meet and bring in the federal government, either through their elected officials or otherwise. At our hands, we're doing the best we can. I'm not sure if there's an opportunity over the next few months for us to meet with Kwantlen and ask them if they've got any strategies that they can discuss, so we can maybe expand the scope of who we're asking, including the private sector that may indeed be interested in helping out. And I'm just thinking out loud, but I'll just leave that with staff and you think about that. Okay, that's it.
No other discussion. I'll move the recommendation under 01, seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any other discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question on 01. That carries unanimously. Is there any other business? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to go back to item G4 and add the motion that we had talked about there to this.
Yeah, go ahead and move that.
To this end, so that staff return the utilities due date to the same due date as the property taxes.
Spire, do you have that? All right, is there a seconder to that? There's no second for discussion. You either second it or you don't. So it's now seconded by Councillor Martins. So with that, Councillor Richter, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I've mentioned it before when we were talking about G4, and I'll bring it up again. I think from the perspective of the people that we serve in the community, it's much more convenient for them to have the one bill once a year that they pay at the same time, or if we're going to send two bills, to send the two bills in the same envelope and they can pay for it still at the same time on the day they pay their property taxes. So that's my reasoning behind this. We've had the old, or the new system was in place for the 2025 property taxes, and there was a lot of feedback on social media and in other areas about it left residents scrambling to try to make arrangements to pay two different bills at two different times when they're used to having the one bill at the one time.
All right, Councillor Martins.
Yeah, so I did have my push to talk to bring up a motion as well, but I do have questions for staff about this particular motion. Is there a rationale from the finance end of things to have this bill earlier in the year due? And if we were to revert back to the property tax date, what are the financial implications for the township?
Obviously, cash flow is important. So if we're paying bills out, it's from a finance perspective, it's always best to get them in. Receive the money on time. It does spread out the workload for our team downstairs as well. So it does help them to staff and to keep their staff numbers down.
Okay.
That's up to council.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarity. And I know I was told there's no second for discussion, but I actually did want to further delve into this so I can understand better the value of keeping the earlier date versus reverting back. So I appreciate you being able to answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks. So I obviously don't support the motion. I think we're moving in a more progressive direction around how we're managing these utility bills and giving people options in the future, and it's one step at a time. And so now that's been separated, we've been able to do what we did here today, talk about different rates for different property types and other progressive changes that we're able to pass on to our residents. I think if you stick with the old system, just because that's what we've been doing for 20 or 30 years, that's not a rationale. And there are a number of significant benefits to moving in this direction, more for so in the future years when lots of flexibility around billing can occur. I don't think it makes sense if all of a sudden BC Hydro, for example, were to come along and say, you know what, it's really great, we're gonna bill you once a year and we're gonna send you a bill for $4,000 for your hydro. I mean, that's not an affordable progressive direction. And I think we need to head in a direction where we start to really help people with this process and really start to look at utility billing in a new way that's more modern for the municipality that we are and that we're becoming. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, just a question through to staff. If a resident was to be on a automatic monthly sort of withdrawal or monthly plan for payment like they do for taxes, then the date in which this is due doesn't really matter, because is that correct? It just would be collected just like we do now for taxes. We pay monthly, or people are residents pay monthly. Is that correct? It wouldn't really impact them then?
I might have to defer to my staff and ask that question. I believe we only run that program for property taxes at the moment and not for utilities.
Okay. So in the past, when they were together, we ran it for utilities and taxation together.
I believe it was just taxes as well, and any leftover would technically go to the utilities, but I can clarify that. I need to go back to my staff and clarify that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point.
Seems to me that'd be a great benefit.
So I think that, let's get that clarified, and that was my understanding as well. That's certainly how a number of people so I think that's great to get that clarified, and we'll revisit that separate from this motion, hopefully.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'll call the question. That's defeated with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Martins, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Rint, Councillor Whitmarsh, and Mayor Woodward opposed. Is there any other business?
Are we into motion to close?
Not quite yet. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So just coming back to my question earlier about a staff presentation on the budget. Yep. So I was suggested that I move a motion under other business. So I would move that council receive a staff presentation on the draft 2026 universal budget.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Richter. Yeah, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I know we did that earlier in the term. Ms. Ruff, when you were on the hot seat there, answering all of our questions. And I really appreciated the opportunity to do it in a presentation format rather than just when we're wrestling with a motion before council. And I think it just provides more dialogue and opportunity for us to understand and ensure that we're making informed decisions with regard to the budget.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question. And that's defeated. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Rint, Mayor Woodward opposed. Is there any other business? Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I know that I think Councillor Kuntz was going to maybe do it as well, but just wondered about the swim program. And we did receive a letter saying that we could do it. I'm just wondering if we need a motion of council to move forward or not.
Mr. Kunner probably would like some idea to continue to explore this in some way. You probably want council to confirm that.
That is correct, and we had provided a memo just outlining the program itself, the potential financial implications, so council at this time can decide whether to give staff direction or to either further have some information available. I understand that there's a liaison meeting with the school district coming up as well, so we'd be looking to council for direction.
So I think Councillor Whitmarsh, anyone can weigh in on what they think the next step should be.
Well, I guess I would make the motion that we support the program as outlined by the Recreation Arts and Culture Division in their memo to us.
Is there a seconder to that? Yeah, second. Seconded by Councillor Kuntz. Yeah, I think you wish to speak to it any further, or?
I mean, I think they laid it out fairly well. It's a relatively small budget for a pretty significant impact in our community. Now adds grade 4s into the swim program, and so I think the memo is quite self-explanatory.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to move deferral of that motion to the next meeting of council. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rent. So seeing no discussion, Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, could I ask why we'd be deferring this item?
I'd like to meet with staff on it and maybe come back with some recommendations as well. And if
Okay.
council is ready to make a decision, then that's fine, but I would like to have a chance to meet with Mr. Stair myself.
Okay, so we could all meet with Mr. Stair and discuss it further?
Mr. Cooner, I believe Mr. Stair is available for anybody who wishes to meet with him.
That is correct.
Yeah,
anybody
I'm mindful of staff time. Does Mr. Stair want to entertain 9 members of council individually? Or is it better discussed at a council meeting?
It'd be up for council to determine. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Richter, go ahead. No, Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I like to defer this because I want to also speak to the school board about this, not only the staff, and make sure that I can find out from staff what kind of scheduling implications this would have with the pools, because they usually draw their plans up and their work schedules and their allocations well in advance. So I want to find out if there is room and if the school board wants to cooperate with this. And yeah, I think it's a great sounding program, and I look forward to getting more information and more than likely supporting this.
All right. Councillor Kunst, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I whether we deferred or not, as long as we keep the ball rolling, I just want to remind, anybody watching, I worked with newcomers for many years. The highest rate of drownings especially in BC, because of all the lakes, waters, rivers that we have, are actually from newcomer populations, because first of all, it's access, and this would just be a really great opportunity for newcomers, for families that, maybe it's difficult for them to either pay, get on the waiting list, all that stuff. So I do fully support this. And if we defer it, as long as we keep the ball rolling and it comes back.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I could support deferral too if one of the questions staff could answer for us at the next meeting would be relative to working in partnership with the city and the school board on this. I think the presentation we had today was quite clear. It was grade 5s. The report we've got is quite clear. It's grade 4s. So is there an opportunity to keep both the grade 5 program and the grade 4 program going? Maybe running the grade 4s in the township and having it open to all the schools, and running the grade 5 program in the city and open to all the schools. So if staff could be prepared to answer that question at the next meeting, that would be very helpful.
Your Worship, Councillor Richter will review those items.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I think the concept of referring it to another day, looking at, we might come up with more and better ideas and an opportunity to serve more students. So if an opportunity is there, let's explore it. While everybody's having a little say here, we do an awful lot of things, the Township of Langley, again, with parks programs, with recreational programs, soccer, hockey, ball hockey. There's so many things we do. Also, during school hours, the school district's able to use an awful lot of our fields because they're not used by organized sports because those kids are in school. Anyway, we have one taxpayer. Thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, I deferral or not, I'm very supportive. I'm fine if we want to defer to get some more information. I think the letter from the Recreation Division certainly indicates that they can do it. They've obviously looked into the timing of it, the pool availability, so I think that's clear. They're ready to go. It's just a funding issue, so deferral's fine with me. Either way, let's do it.
So I think I'm interested in exploring maybe some additions and some scope addition along with this and seeing if that's possible, to do more than simply what's in the memo or what's been requested, and then see if that's a possibility, see if there's been other ideas out there that have been brought up to staff over the years, and see if maybe that other things can be looked at, and if that doesn't lead to anything other than what's been brought to us, then that's great. If there's an ability to ensure that there's more coverage for more people, and maybe there's some unintended consequences and some things to look at in regards to how this would potentially work with the city of Langley as well, given how that may or may not be funded. So we'll look into that, I'll look into that, and if the deferral's not successful and council's ready to move ahead, then that's fine. But I think there's an opportunity maybe to look at doing more than simply what's been requested in the memo. So that, I'll call the question on deferral. That carries unanimously. Is there any other business? Seeing none. See if I write anything down. I'm seeing other notes. So, do you have Councillor Pratt? Councillor Pratt?
It's an item for closed.
Yeah, so we'll get to that. Do you have an item for closed?
Yes, it would be under negotiations.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, I have one under item H1, personnel.
All right, personnel item. Great. So get a motion to resolve in a special closed. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Get a motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you.